Hello, chat. You hear me? Hello, hello. This thing working? Hello, hello. Tell Millie I say hello. Yo, Fred St. John, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Call me Katie with 2 E's. Hey, yo. And thank you for the tier 2 as well. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love to you both. Thank you, thank you. What's happening? TA. You, what up, Berk? What's happening? I don't know, will it be a full TJ stream? I don't even know. I could do other shit. I was just bored. I was literally sitting around like, I'm not sure what to do right now. Oh, my game just bug out. I think I might have to restart it. Does it give me errors? I might have to restart it. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, I think it's timing out. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Use all that for it, baby. Hello? Can't even all that for it. Ah! Alright. Who said no molding? I'm molding. Literally cannot even alt F4. Can't even get it right. The basics. What the fuck is happening? You're just about to go to sleep? You know. Dude, why can't I close this fucking game? Please. I actually can't even alt F4 right now. And I'm trying to find it in the task list manager and it's not even showing up. Like, legitimately, it's not even showing up in the task list. What the fuck is going on? Why is 5M showing up underneath my Opera browser? Hold on. Okay. Give me a sec. I need a new PC. Brother. I just ended up getting a full new setup for my computer. Well, not even like full new setup. PC is still the same, but the actual like setup itself, I decided to kind of ditch the widescreen monitor for a bit and go with the 2 monitor setup again. I ended up getting a 480 hertz monitor. I was so pissed off. I was doing WoW stuff and lagging all over the place. Alright, let's see if this works. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. So I still have the 49-inch screen behind me, by the way. I can still use it, but there's 4, well, there's technically 3, I guess, monitors plugged into the computer. But I didn't realize that the 4090 graphics card can only display a certain amount of pixels. Over a certain amount of pixels, it will no longer display. So I was gonna do like a full kind of wraparound setup. I was just gonna move my keyboard from like one side of my desk over to the other side of the desk. I'll show you what I did with it. Hold on. I don't know if it's gonna work properly. Hold on. Give me a sec. I don't know what's going to display. Give me a second. Yeah, it's not displaying anything. I have to change the display. Primary monitor. There we go. You can see that. So what I ended up doing, this over here is the 49-inch monitor, right? Yo, what up, the Bix? How's it going? So I ended up taking that over there, and that's like the normal setup. That's what I was using before. Then I moved all this stuff over to the side, and then these are all 480 hertz monitors, these two. So I was using these more for gaming purposes than anything else. And yeah, so ended up putting those back to back. So I couldn't do actually all three monitors at the same time because of the amount of pixels on this one. And there is apparently, like I said, a limit on the 4090 of how many pixels they could display. So you have two 27-inch monitors plus a 49-inch monitor, and apparently that is too many. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How about you? So, getting back to the game here real quick. Yeah, you guys haven't seen this character, have you? I wonder if it's actually going to show up. Let me see if it shows up on the screen at some point. The plushie on the PC? Yeah, it's actually for my first job. My boss, he got like this white tiger like pelt type thing. And I was like, yo, can I get that for my cubicle? He's like, hell no, I'm keeping that thing. And so I'm like, damn, where'd they get that at? And he's like, I have no idea. And I tried to find it. I couldn't find it. And so he randomly got me a white tiger plushie afterwards. It was like, yeah, here you go. R.I.P. Victor Finch, the man that lasted all about like 2 days and then got fired from PD for inactivity. Oh man. Jay, I tried to play Jay for a hot minute. Oh, they're not gonna show like the face of Sigbard. Here, I'll give you a small preview of who he is. This is a stupid thing. Hopefully no one's here. Hopefully nobody's here. Y'all know what this is from? Yeah, it's a faceless place. Yep. The Echelon. Yep. I don't even know the name of it. Okay. There you go. There's Sigvard. You knew it. What do you mean you knew it? Yeah, I said to Capt I'd help out if needed, so we're just chilling. I guess. How you doing, TA? Here, you guys want to see the result of like one of my bullshit sessions that I did in Purgatory one day? By the way, I've already been on the server for like 5 hours, just literally sitting here doing nothing. I had shit open in the background. Nothing's changed in here at all. So yeah, yapping. Here, I'll show you. What did I send to? Hold on. Chat, you already probably know this. How many days has TJ been in here? How long do you think he has? I can tell you, I know how long both TJ and Edgar have both been in here. Yap. This is a result of a yap session. Hold on. $365. That feels like it times. I tried to mind map all this shit. Like I went from the initial theories to questions, and I just went down like lines of thought and tried to like write shit down. It's not the greatest picture of it, but I put so many scenes down trying to put like stuff together, and literally just to try to get like lore straight on shit at times. I'm like, bro, there's like so many holes and shit that just don't make sense. And I was like, huh, all right, where are the holes at? Pico Park soon? Fuck no, Krypton. I already played Pico Park 2, though Baz abandoned us for the second finale. And we were supposed to play a second finale. So, anyway, I'll show what this is. So this is like the original, like, red string type theory with the question mark as... Because TJ doesn't know who actually sent him back. Was it Death, was it Pestilence, was it Hope, was someone else, right? And then he was trying to figure out what the eyeballs meant at first, which I did figure that out eventually. It started making sense at some point, but ended up figuring what those meant pretty quickly. So I'll show you kind of the results as well. Give me one sec. So I wrote them down. Here. So this was the original question, right? So who pulled it back? Like, who's the one that actually got TJ back to purgatory? Was it Death himself? To the quote, back where he belongs, but he sent him to the living, so he wasn't sure why that would be the thing. But he also says he was like on a leash thing, so there was like conflicting information with this one when he told me to get back where you belong and went to the living side to it. And then he might be pissed because there wasn't enough deals going through from CJ's side because that was being prevented with, or he's trying to stop that from TJ's perspective. Or that the go out with a bang had started because he doesn't want him to interfere, as those things kind of go hand in hand. He already knows that he's using Pestilence as a means to end and they're working together. I don't know why I put Benicio deal here. And then the ultimate one was the quote-unquote allowance that had ended. From the Pestilence side, I had to like, why was happening? Because he only deals with the living, not dead. Upset because we passed out the books, which they probably did more damage than they're good anyway. But oh well, propaganda TJ, that's what he does. So this was kind of like the two of them, like why, like this train of thought. If he deals with the living and not the dead, then why is there like a sickness of the soul and like his friends will suffer type thing? But his thought was, you know, hey, have you had a conversation with Norman? Have you asked him about what Isaac's last wish was? And he obviously wants to get rid of him. And guess what? Tried to have a conversation. Every conversation I try to have with Norman as TJ, like I do actually try to go out with it like the most well-intentioned and like to actually have a conversation. And then he just says something that tries to just like trigger him, and it just goes completely negative every single time. The point's like, I don't even think the two of them can have a conversation without like it just getting nasty between the two of them, which is unfortunate because I do try to actually have conversations with him. And it's just like, bro, what are you trying to do? Why are you trying to have this conversation? Like, I don't want to talk with you. As in, Norman and TJ, I was like, okay. So, does TJ have the plague? Yeah, he took, he offered to take some of the load off of Hope, so Hope could technically recover quicker. And so, Hope gave TJ some of it to share so that Hope could ideally recover. So does he think, for example, because he's aligned with Hope, if you remove TJ, is that going to remove some sort of hope with it? Because he was trying to spread that side to it. I thought the 2-for-1 was a possibility as well. Norman and TJ together. Was it a 2-for-1 type deal? If you get down there, does he actually then destroy Purgatory by itself and just say fuck it and get rid of it somehow? I don't know. But I figured it could be a possibility of getting rid of the two of them, which he wants gone, as we're well aware of. But then his motive seems like nothing dies like Hope's side to it. So the Hope one was kind of an interesting side to actually explore a little bit, because once again, TJ want to know who sent him down there, but Hope was the first thing that he saw there, which I'm pretty sure I did tell you guys this before. When he ended up coming down, he was first transported literally into the cages over here, and then Hope let him out. So he went here, Hope let him out, got out, which then led him over to here, and then there was an eyeball on fire, which we've now, I guess, capitulated that the eyeball means the connection to someone above and to be seen by someone above. The original thought, I had no idea until it actually kind of clicked when Alice was down there. Let me go with this. Was there something else that, so for example, it's always been known that the living to see Purgatory. Is this the dead to see the living, or the dead to see beyond, or like something else, right? So I was like, is there something outside of this that is wanting to possibly be shown? And so it's like, what if like Isaac himself wants to pop up here and be like, hey, let's have a conversation? But I think it's just been to establish from the living to the dead side to it, and dead back to living. So that's kind of what the confirmation with this was before that even happened. Was it to see like the kind of final thing, judgment? Is TJ sucked, or does he just move on? Does he consider it over? Does he keep fighting? So this was the Isaac side to it. Past Solo wants to speak. Isaac, oh, by the way, I don't know if this has been pointed out. I knew this actually existed in the original journal, and I never really said anything about it for a while. And then Connor messaged me the other day, and he sent me something that had Isaac's name on it. I laughed at it because I was like, motherfuckers made the same mistake that Siggy did on Norman. They spell his name wrong. It's not ISSAK, or AC rather. It's ISAAC. His own brother spells his name incorrectly. And he doesn't do it once. He does it like 15 fucking times throughout the journal. So Connor messages me a subpoena that he gets with his name spelled incorrectly on Isaac. I was like, that's funny that you say that, because I also noticed in Norman's literal own journal that he spells his brother's name incorrectly. So then we got into the what smells, brother? It ain't me, my man. That's the farm that you live on right now. It's not even here. Actually, what smells in here is my ability to perform on Rick Reverb and got 0% fucking parts because I died within the first 2 minutes of the stupid fight, and fuck that fight. That's what smells. I stink. Eddie Boker. Fuck me. Brother, I was so mad last night when we killed Rick. I hated it. I felt like I played terribly. So enjoy that fight, especially as an evoker at a 25-yard range. When you're fighting to bait things, you're fighting to get all of the bombs that pop up that you have to destroy, and while those bombs are going off, you have to go back and fucking bait the amplifier. Yeah, it's glorious. All right, it's shit for a 25-yard class, brother. It is absolutely atrocious. So I might just go in the melee, honestly. I literally might just go in the melee. Anyway, so this became like the whole thing that I had the conversation with Norman about Isaac and kind of psychoanalyzing how Isaac is sitting and kind of going down this. So I was like, I'm bored. So dying position, right? So his hand is like flat on the ground, like he's given up, right? Because if it was bald, he'd be angry, balded, like put into a fist like a ball. It'd be more angry related. But if it's flat on the ground, it's kind of like a sad type thing. So I just kind of figured, let's see how it is and kind of his last moments of anything, because once again we were thinking about what is the last moments that he was asking for. So sad, angry, why is the ring there, what was his last wish? So we did ask that. And why does Norman want the ring? What contains it? What is something about it? Isaac bound to hope. Why kill hope? This was a sentence that was given to TJ by Alice. So why does he want to kill hope? Obviously to get rid of the Isaac sentiment and kind of be by himself. And so is destroying the ring the right thing? Yeah, what up, Shadowling? So it becomes like this fucking like mind fuck of everything. Is this even the right thing to do? Because if according to this that Isaac himself is bound to hope, why is it the ring or is it the actual bird itself? Because the ring literally has, is this Christmas music? Actually it is. What the fuck? All right, I have Stream Beat by Harris Heller on and put Christmas music on. Yeah, Christmas in fucking purgatory. So yeah, let me think about that. I didn't really explore this one enough. Okay, I'm not coughing on stream, by the way, at all yet. So let's think about this one a second. All right, theory. We're yap theoring again. All right, Isaac bound to hope. There's two things with this. It would be, well, maybe three. Ring. Bird. Why would he, what would the ring be? Inscription. So this is what I do. This is how I try to get everything fucking correct in terms of lore shit. I will literally sit here and draw lines from one across the other and go down and think about this shit. This is one board. To try to decipher what these two dumb fucks who can't get on the same fucking page are trying to say. Did I say no malding? Did I actually say no malding? I think I might have said no malding. All right, inscription. Here's the, okay. Let's talk about Pandora. Human. Whichever fucking philosophy this is with this, right? Why I think this is completely fucked up is because guess what? This is literally Isaac as a human. What's the timeline between them? Somehow this little Pandora's box shit doesn't make sense to me because apparently his wife that he puts on here is human. So Pandora's box doesn't make sense because Isaac is human. Pestilence is not. So it would be pestilence in Pandora if it was truly that, but it's not. So it has to be weird. Yeah, I know. And hope is trapped inside of it. Uh-huh. I get it. So that leads me to believe it's the bird at somewhat. I don't know. Like this shit here doesn't make fucking sense, because then you have, guess what? Copper. You see where I'm going at with this? This direction, the right side where it is TJ's head, that doesn't make sense. So it becomes this weird fucking thing, because realistically, if it's referenced here and they're the evils and he's part of one of the evils, etc., that doesn't make sense with it. So then you go to the bird. Why the bird? Nothing has happened. Nothing, literally, to our knowledge, has anything happened with the bird and Pestilence. So I don't understand quite yet the lore behind the ring and Bound to Hope, because whatever it comes down to doesn't make a ton of sense with this. So yeah. You see the mind map that's happening, unless I'm missing something. I don't know. So let's talk about, I guess, going back to the actual this shit for a minute. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let me write this on a new page. Yeah, bound to have a couple plot holes. It's a major plot hole that is apparently like a keystone to other shit. So, let's talk about this. Let me clarify for every mother effer about these stupid feathers for a minute, because apparently it is annoying as shit. Okay, 4 feathers are white, 1 with blood. Okay, so 4 feathers, each one had a meaning. First feather, to tether someone to their plane. And that's 2 of them. Dead and living. Okay? This was meant to like recall, and it was only meant to be a conversation. Okay? 1, to recall each person. 2x, dead and living. 1, to open door. Because guess what? You know, if you have like an anchor, right? Here, think about this, you know? They kind of, let's kind of go down this line of thought. This was developed when I developed this book, by the way. So you got one side, living. You got one side, dead. You got in the middle, guess what? In between, where we at? Purgatory. We are here. We are here. Hi. I'm TJ. You ever wonder how I got here? Where is here? We are here. Living. Anchor. 2 person. They go this way. And the dead, anchor to dead. It was a way for these people to meet here. How do you get here? Portal. Hey, guess what? You gotta recall them and release them and shit. Recall. Recall. There you go. That was the meeting behind all 5 of them. The literal thing was to have, and it was always developed to be, Edgar, a.k.a. Aaliyah. That was the entire thing. Okay? This is how it was developed. Okay? This is why the 5 feathers became a thing. Okay, 10 in total. And when they're here, they didn't have any meaning. It was just literally a way as a side quest for people to make sure that they got out in a period of time so they can come around and be like, hey, guess what? I found them. Let me kneel next to them. Me picks up Feather. And then Z would help TJ pick them up because these are actual physical material objects in the world. And you can't actually physically pick them up. There is no hit E to pick up. So if you actually gave someone a feather and they tried to put it down, it shows up as a paper bag. So that was the way that we could actually show something was here without having a paper bag show up. So the entire thing was to be assisted throughout the process. For example, I will show you. See? That is a feather. This is how it shows up as. You see? There you go. There you go. So it was a way for those to exist and to actually be seen so that they were not paper bags. Because that ruins immersion. You know? You know? So, the 5, when they were here, we were going to put a time limit to it so that we wouldn't have to sit here forever and be the guide. As part of this, we made it as such because obviously, you know, TJ is dead and we didn't want everyone just trying to do this all willy-nilly. Only the dead may complete the ritual of repeating the words. So this is trying to say to people, hey, guess what? If you try to come down here, your shit isn't going to work because you can't pick them up. So they literally get trapped down here. The entire thing was that. So then it begets to say who's living, who's dead. And this has become a really interesting intersection that has been hard to clarify, even in character. If you're here, are you living or are you dead? Is Edgar living or is he dead? Is TJ living or dead? And you are here. The best thing I can describe it to it is because you're stuck in between, right? I go back to the original thing, which is not here anymore, but it was living. Hey, Vale. Berg. Ed. No, I know that part's easy. That part is easy. I know that part. But like, if they're here, are they living or dead? Like, because they got here through a deal? Or because someone trapped them down there? Trap? Oh, this one, the trap thing, is actually interesting. I got some clarification on something that makes a lot more make sense. I can't release that. And this is something I dealt a long time ago. I'm not going to clarify it, but maybe after this is all done, I will tell you all. There is something there that will be interesting to hear, and I think a lot of people will probably not like hearing it. It doesn't deal with me. It doesn't deal with Edgar. It's a very interesting thing. I'm not gonna reveal it, but yeah, maybe after this is all said and done, which I have no idea. Oh, by the way, the answer to the question chat, AJ's been down here for 14 days. Edgar has been here, I think, for 34 days. Just by the way. In character. 34 days, I think. I believe it might be 34. So, okay, this becomes the weird part. Not weird, but like, how do you explain this? Because we're all here, right? And guess what? Let's see, there's number 701. Hey. You know. He's here, but he's not here. Where is he? Right? Counting 15 might be 15. So if it's 15, then it's 15 and then 35. I wasn't sure if it was like a Monday or a Wednesday or Thursday that came back on. But I thought it was 13 a day ago. So it might have been 14, I thought. Yeah, so we were just chilling here yesterday. Alice came up and like popped out behind. Like, hey, here you go. Was it February 26th? February 26th. Feb 26th. Was how many days? I guess it has been 15. Alright, so 15 and 35. We're chilling. But yeah, so let's go back down to... I don't like this song a lot. What is this? So let's go back to like the who pulled him back here. I had thought from the Hope side, because Hope literally was the one that... Okay, what's his music? Was the one that he saw first, so I can't rule out the possibility. So was there something that he was supposed to do here? Was it for further protection? Was he interviewing too much and Hope wanted him gone to do what they needed to do? Was it to contain? Was it because Hope was infected by pestilence because they were sick? And then I had the theory that Noxie and Hope were the same and then switched at some point. So you kind of think about this for an example. Like, if everything started at the same way, and this is just like a working theory, something happens where an event or a catalyst occurs, and some would transition to Noxie, basically, if they all kind of started as Hope. If you do this the same thing, which is the pestilence side to this, is Hope like a phoenix that kind of gets reborn into some shit? And then would this be another bird? And then would Hope kind of be like a new Hope? Should it always exist type of thing? So it was just like a working theory. I don't know. I figured I might just give it a train of thought to see if that actually works or not. But, you know, I couldn't roll it out as a possibility. What if Hope became more akin to basically pestilence than anything else? So as I keep going, separate entity themselves, and this is kind of why I was like, wait, does this really make sense? Because everything I had learned from Andy's side in 3.0 is that the birds were separate, and also pestilence refers to them, or not them rather, that they are graders, and that horsemen lessers. So are Hope and Noxie technically the graders that refers to? And you can always say, apparently, well, Pestilence is trying to get TJ to meet the graders, which is you have to fully pass on, which is his way of saying, if you really want your questions answered, get the fuck out of here, right? So there's only this one here, which is Noxie's, I guess, ancestor. I have no idea. And then there's the Hope one, which is further down as we go all the way. Right? So the two of them were... Motherfucker, stop coughing, TJ. Unfortunately, I feel like I know this place like the back of my hands. As we go this way, here you have the hope side to it, right? And so that theory is kind of debunked by itself because you don't see one with green eyes, right? Unless it exists somewhere else, which there is that possibility because, as Pestilence puts it, there is a sanctuary for each of them. They recall to it. This technically, I guess, is Norman's. Hey, look at the clouds, by the way. Pause. Is that Fred? I think it's Fred. Time for a yelling session? Of course. Of course, when I uninvis, he's coughing. And it fucks up the crop. We just gotta be ominous, chat. We just gotta be ominous, okay? We just have to sit here and be ominous. How long do you think it takes for him to notice? Through all the fog. Might be a while. Hold on, I need different music for this. Ain't no way does he not see me. you think I'd be?
It's not that I didn't expect you to be here. I didn't expect to come here.
There's always an end to the road, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you here?
Well,
I already know why he's here.
in short form, I made a deal. I made a deal because Benny was forced into making a deal. I couldn't let him go through with it. Let a lot of people down. But I felt like I needed to do it.
Yeah, it's the silence that gets them. I'm listening.
Well, after you were sent here, and Edgar was released, and then sent right back, Benny was summoned to the lighthouse by Norman. He was then told to go inside. Norman then called Alice and Winston to the lighthouse and made them also go inside. Norman tried to force Winston to stab Alice. Winston wouldn't do it. So Norman stabbed Winston and Winston died. Hence why he's here.
I'm aware of that. I've already
Then
spoken with
Benny-
Winston at length.
So you know what happened after he died or no?
Always open to hearing other things that have happened from different perspectives.
Well, from what I was told, Norman was going to kill Alice in the lighthouse after he killed Winston. So Benny made a deal to let Alice leave with him and survive. So Benny had a deal. He was going to have to make a deal with Norman Bones. Not my smartest moment. Probably is my stupidest moment. They told me all of this. I went to the lighthouse and I let the emotions get the better of me. I said quite a few things to Norman. I threatened him. I called him stupid. I did a lot of things. He refused to speak with me. He would go into the lighthouse every single time I tried to talk to him. A day or two later, he shows up at the graveyard where I am. And I made a deal to get Benny out of his deal, to protect Benny from any deals, to protect Alice from any deals, and to protect Oshira from any deals, and to bring Edgar back. I had 6 names in 7 days. I got through 3 of the names, and then everybody else knew I had a deal and went into hiding. So I did not complete it. Well, to some degree I did complete it. Edgar will be released. But now I'm here.
Who were those names?
We had Sooty Gamwich, Marlo Stanfield, Jay Hobbs, Pally Mark, Bobby Beldrum, and
You're
one
missing
more,
one.
Brandon Valentino.
It's not the easiest list, is it?
Nope.
And you agreed to that?
Well, I didn't know the names at the time.
You agreed without knowing the names.
I felt like I had to. I couldn't, in good conscience, stand there and watch Benny slowly die by killing his loved ones. I protected the people that I deemed that were important and that I cared about, and I could live with hurting anybody else. I know Benny couldn't do that. Benny also thought he protected Alice, but the wording he used, he just asked to let Alice leave with him. She wasn't protected at all from his deal. He could have asked for her name from him.
You know, I could sit here and be pissed off all damn day and yell you into my face who was blue with this. I really could. No point in that. What you did is very similar to what I did, and I'd be much of a hypocrite if I did the same thing or yelled at you for doing exactly what I did. This means that I failed to actually give you all proper guidance before going into this.
You know, I made a promise to protect Benny, to Edgar, and to myself, and to a lot of people. And I couldn't just let him slowly die from the deal he made. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't live with myself if I let him do that.
Have you seen that guy? Have you talked to him at all?
I have not. I don't even know if he's still here, to be honest.
I'm sure he is somewhere. You know, there is a funny part to all this.
Yeah.
So what happens after they get in here that typically changes them while they're here? And I guess I tried to tell it to enough people, but it's part of my understanding with Norman is I was supposed to speak with the person who was down here to see actually if this is worth them coming back, if they've accepted it or if they've moved on or if they're past it. That never happened. That was between Dundee and I. Norman never made that come true. Place changes people. I've been able to see Edgar enough. I don't know if you like the version that you've seen or that you may see. The one that you may see now has a thing of fuck humanity. And that nobody was doing anything to get him out. That he hated everyone for not doing enough. That he wanted to basically kill everyone when he gets out of here. Not knowing that, it's hard to actually put a confounding thing into who you're getting back, but I understand the sentiment that you want him back. Because the truth was, I kind of wanted Dundee back too. Huh. No idea what he's going to be like if he does get out. But to me, it's not going to be the same person that you thought.
I think I knew that. I knew that he wouldn't be the same person, but me, Benny, and I don't even remember who else was there. Doesn't matter anymore. Made the decision that we were going to get him out if we could, and I saw a way to get him out, so I took it. In my opinion, it's not up to me whether he's worthy of coming out or worthy of staying. That's not me. It's I'd get him out if I could. It's what I promised, and it's what I told people, and that's what I was here to do. Whether he goes back and makes the same mistakes, that's on him. I couldn't just leave him down here sitting for forever.
Do you honestly think Norman honors his deals?
Nope. At the time, I knew that, and I didn't think it mattered because he was either going to be me suffering or Benny suffering. Well, obviously, both of us suffered through this at all, but I couldn't. I felt like I didn't have a choice in my eyes.
So you took it on the notion that there's a possibility that he might actually uphold it?
I know one part of his deal he always upholds, and that's taking people here. I couldn't let Benny. I couldn't in good conscience watch Benny slowly die after I vowed to protect him and promised that I would do everything I could. I just couldn't. I couldn't live with that, whether he upheld his end of the deal or not. I had to uphold my part of that promise.
So you threw your life away. For a chance.
I mean, it depends on if Edgar was the end goal or not.
Was it?
I did it just as much to protect those people, whether that is true or not. I did just as much to protect those people because I thought they were worthy enough and they needed the time to do what they're doing, to not be targeted by Norman Bones, as I did to get him out.
What do you think happens when you didn't fulfill your end of the deal? How many days was it? 7?
7? Yep.
So you bought them 7 days protection and they're fucked after that.
Maybe. Didn't plan on not completing my deal. I still would have completed it if I could have got to the names. It's not that I wasn't willing to do what I had to do, it was just that I couldn't do it.
Was it
I
worth
knew
it?
going in. Was it worth it? I don't know anymore. If I'd completed, I would have said it was worth it. Because I knew at the time that they would probably never talk to me again because of the people I had to go after. And I could live with that. But now that I didn't complete it, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't, maybe it wasn't worth it. A lot of people blamed me for making the deal. I think that's what really got to me. People blame me for putting my life on the line to protect their loved ones. As soon as they heard Edgar's name, they stopped thinking about why I made the deal. I think truly nobody knows why I made that deal. Because getting Edgar out is great. But I would have done it if he wasn't on the end, if he didn't come out, and if it was just to protect those people, I still would have done it. But I don't think people even are remotely aware of that at all. They hear Edgar's name and they say, oh, you did it for him, he probably doesn't care about you. It's not about whether he cares about me or not. It's that I made a promise to get him out if I could, and I was going to fulfill that. When I say I would do anything for somebody that I care for and love, I mean it. I'm not going to sit there and say there's nothing else I could have done, because there was.
It sounds to me like it was worth it for you. Because it wants what your morals are and what you are as a person. The worst part about a deal is always the people around you, not the deal itself. Everyone wants to judge you. Everyone wants to assume that there's always going to be the worst that comes from you. Believe me, I lived with that for the better part of a year and a half. It's a judgment of others. That was always the worst part of a deal. Not the actual things that you had to do themselves. It was always the people around you. And having and knowing and feeling part of that betrayal by them. Which was slightly caused by yourself anyway, in mine. When people are supposed to have your back, don't. It hurts, doesn't it?
It does. Especially when I put my life on the line for somebody that they care about, and yet they still blame me for making the deal. Everybody's quick to say what they're willing to do to bring Edgar back, what they're willing to do to protect their loved ones. But as soon as action is needed, they really don't like what it is. They said anything. Anything. I'd do anything. Well, as soon as something has to happen, it's oh, this dude made the wrong decision. Is it worth it? You messed up. You thought you were smarter than Norman Bones. I knew I wasn't going to win out of a deal. You can't win against Norman Bones. You never win. But the price of losing was worth what it meant to protect these people and to bring Edgar back. I don't regret making the deal at all. The only thing I regret is not completing it.
You think you'd still be out there if you did it?
Probably not.
Why that? Why do you think you want to be out there if you completed it?
Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe it's just me saying that I'd be here anyways to make myself feel better about not completing the deal. Maybe I would still be out there.
Consider this for a minute. Your deal was to give 6 people in 7 days, right?
Yep.
Norman likes death. He saw that you caused it. Or tried to. It's actually confusing to me why he put you down here. Because if he likes it, he encourages it. He should be, as he puts it, entertained watching you do it. Surprised he actually didn't give you a longer period of time after. I guess that's his own principle of things, but I like seeing other people cause other people pain.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't give me more time. I was going to ask, but I didn't get the chance. I was swimming back from the island, and here I am.
You're swimming back from the island.
Yep.
You stab you? Anything?
Nope. Told me I drowned. Didn't see him till I got here.
I can understand Edgar being here. Because he was given the option, he was given the opportunity to do something and refused to do it. You, on the other hand, wanted to. And we're doing it. It's not like you refused it. I get there's a deadline. What's different from refusing? Sure. I guess he doesn't sway on his deal, but part of me thinks that he still likes it. So, I don't know. Who am I to speak for him? Guess
Yeah,
what?
I don't know.
Barely like speaking to anyone. I don't know what the fucker thinks.
I don't either. After the third person, when pretty much all hell broke loose across the city because everybody figured out that I had a deal the same day after I killed the third person, he came to me and he said he was very happy with everything I've done, very excited. He said, here's an extra name you can protect as part of your deal. But at that point, it was too late. The ADMC knew, Bobby knew, Jay was soon to find out. And at that point, I couldn't hurt Jay because I needed to use him to get to the other people because they were so protected.
Which three did you get?
What was that?
What three did you get then?
Brennan Valentino, Sooty Gamwich, and Marlo Stanfield.
That's an interesting one. You and Brandon, huh?
Yep.
Used to see you two together all the time. What happened?
He left. He wasn't willing to do anything with bringing Edgar back. He decided he didn't want anything to do with it. So, I don't know. Norma wanted the name, and so I had no problem fulfilling. I didn't have a problem with any of the names. Sure, they would have sucked. I did not. I mean, obviously, I didn't want to hurt Bobby. I didn't want to hurt any of them, but I was 100% willing to do it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna test something here. What name would you have had a problem with? This is a bigger test than what you think it is.
I didn't want to.
This isn't just
Bobby.
Fred.
I definitely would have, but after some of the comments he made about me, I probably wouldn't have had an issue with hurting him at all. Is it worth it? You did the wrong thing. You thought you outsmarted Norman Bones. I'd probably kill him without a deal now.
It's not the question I asked you though.
It's the people I protected. I would never hurt Alice. I would never hurt Benny. I protected Oshira because she is, somewhat of a friend, but she is also close with Pestilence, and I thought, if anything, that is important. If I give this time to Alice to do whatever she's doing, to work towards whatever goal, if I died, her and Oshira would have most of the information they needed. Whether they work together, that's on them. They know about each other. They do. I've made sure each one of them knows about the other. Whether they come together to work together, that's a them problem, not me. But I could not hurt Benny and Alice. That's for sure. That's why I protected them.
Yeah, that's a bigger trap
I would hurt
question.
Anybody else to ensure their protection.
That's a bigger trap question when you all imagine. And I'm not going to give the full extent to that question and reasoning behind it, but maybe you'll figure it out sometime. You still feel that way?
that I wouldn't hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I do. Benny helped me throughout all of this, which I very much appreciate because he was one of the only ones to help me at all. The only ones that seem to understand that I didn't choose the names and I don't have a choice whether I can complete them or not. It is what has to be done or I will die. And Alice, I really think Alice is very important and I would never hurt her. She's taught me a lot. You know, I never even got to talk to Alice again, actually. I told her about the deal, and that was the last thing I ever said to her. She probably hates me.
He knows you're here.
Everybody does.
He didn't pick up on that. He didn't pick up on that comment chat. Maybe he does know it. I guess he would. Is this what you expected?
Here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think I expected it to look like this, but you can never really, you know, take it in until you're here. The silence is almost deafening with just the waves.
Does it make you uneasy, or does it actually calm you?
At first, it definitely made me very uneasy for it to be so quiet. Now, I don't know. I started just writing a lot. Writing down everything I thought.
Now you know why I wrote everything down. The habit. Getting bored as shit in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, did you get the full pass? The one-way ticket, no way out? Or are you just trapped down here?
Crab down here. Not sure anybody's gonna come for me though.
Why would you say that?
People left up there.
I don't even know how many are left up there. Sounds to me Brandon's out. I don't even know about little Benny, but not really anyone
for a
else, is
while.
there?
Nope. There's a few people, but I don't think anybody would make a deal for me or anything of that nature. I don't know if anybody's even working against Norman Bones or any of it anymore.
Why do you think I'm stuck here?
I don't know. From what I understand, you got sent here by Pestilence, but that's about all I really know.
Apparently working against him is, too much. I don't like it. Big conversation. Talking with Pestilence and Alice. They even finished my sentence. Next thing I knew, I was locked in a cage over there. Mid-sentence. You know what we were talking about?
What?
Teaching Pestilence about GIFs and PNGs and pinging on phones. That's the flow of the conversation.
Just like that.
Here I am. Hope is the one that let me out of the cage down here, too. I wasn't sure. Because I still don't know the answer to this. Actually, who's the one that sent me back here? Understanding his specialist doesn't deal with anything down here. This isn't his place. Isn't his thing. Like I was speaking to Norman, and he wasn't here when I got here. Louise option number 3 was a hope. It was the first thing I saw when I got here. More questions I don't have answers to.
Because my understanding, Pestilence has no power here at all.
That's what I thought too. So here I am. 14, 15 days later, something like that. I don't know. The way I know is if I look at my watch and I lost track of it anymore.
You know, Norman said something when I came down here. He let me ask him a bunch of questions about whatever I wanted. And said something along the lines of... I wrote it down, actually. Let me see what he said. Basically said that Pestilence has to cooperate with him if he wants him gone. But I thought they hated each other.
No. Well, yes, but no. Been using his means to an end. He just doesn't like the fact that he takes the form of his brother. Take a look at the skeleton and tell me what you see. That, by the way, like the waves in the background is kind of like ASMR to me at this point. Honest to God. What do you see?
Just a skeleton sitting by the fire. I know that's, well, is or was Isaac's skeleton. Because I asked Norman about it, but...
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
What is it then?
It could be him. I don't even know. Tell me what you see. If you were to do that right there. Put yourself in his shoes. Look at the posture. Look at the pose. And tell me what you see.
Hand or wrist.
Put yourself in that situation. Oh, Toronto Maple Leaf. Come on, Fred. You're an analytical person. Like to ask questions. What do you see?
I mean, I see him sitting
Talk through
with the fire. I see him glancing at his arm, head down. Kind of defeated in a way. He looks sad, and he's not looking around. He's looking down at himself.
Why do you think that is?
If it's Isaac, then I'm assuming, well, I know from his journal, he sent Isaac down here. He had to be here to usher him to the other side when Isaac died.
Why would he be sitting like that?
I don't know. Is he waiting? It's the first thing I thought of when I saw the three other skulls.
If you're pissed off, is your hand open or closed?
Closed.
What's his hand look like?
I mean, are you saying he accepted it?
I'm walking you through this. What does his hand look like?
It looks like he's looking at it, examining it.
What about the one on the ground? What up, Gen X?
I mean, open hand, resting on the ground, maybe supporting himself so he doesn't fall. Doesn't look angry at all.
And why would you tilt your head down? And put your arm across your legs?
And I think there's a few options, you know. One
Let's hear 'em.
is he's looking at his arm. One is that, you know, it's kind of, when you sit down, you put your arms there and you rest your head on it because you're, you know, feel defeated in a way or sad.
And why would you be sad?
I mean, if you truly accept that you're down here, you really realize that there's nothing left. You accept you're never going to see the people you care about and love again.
You never got Isaac's story, did you then?
What was that?
You never got Isaac's story from Pestilence, did you?
I don't think he chose to talk about it when I talked to him. From what I understand, he was a doctor. He had a wife that died of sickness. In the end, he was killed off by pestilence. He was then ushered, I'm guessing, to here by Norman, because Norman was deaf at the time.
So tell me, why is it that someone that is so against the Lessers being inhabited by a human was himself inhabited by Isaac? Let me summarize this for you. Isaac and Norman are two kids living in a fucked up family. Abusive family, apparently. So I'm told. You can imagine them both, their last names are Bones. It's not Isaac Smith, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac falls deathly ill. Pestilence, for some reason, inhabits Isaac to repair him. For what reason, I have no idea. But in doing so, he removed all the memories, all the things that have happened to him before. The childhood, the parents, everything. From that point on, start of a new life. Except for the start of the new life, there's someone else in your mind telling you what to do. Or, really, it's the one doing it, and you're just living it. You become a doctor, you become a world-renowned physician. There isn't everything else, huh? You think that's a career path he would have chosen as Isaac Bones?
Probably not.
Were any of those choices really his?
No. They were all pestilences, not his.
If they weren't just his, were they influenced?
I assume he could influence a little bit.
So you remove pestilence from Isaac, and guess what?
Oh sure, I take a nap. Then this lemon goes live. DocWizard palm.
This is what you're looking at. Realization that you're living a life through somebody else's eyes. That to me screams sadness right there.
Yeah.
The realization that you knew nothing. That your entire life was lived by somebody else. Choices were influenced by something else. Your life was not your own. Apparently you had one last wish. No idea what that was. Ask Norman. One say it. Anytime I try to have any sort of conversation with Norman, it's just turns into a brick fucking wall.
Sorry, I'll just squeeze past quietly, don't mind me.
Anyway, that's what I got out of it. Bored as shit here all the time. Enough that I can actually try to put some shit together. I don't know. Fill in the blanks. I'm missing something, but guess what? Ain't shit all else to do here.
Oh yeah.
Yo, that flyer!
What do you think the other skulls are on the fire?
Jara!
There's conveniently 4 of them.
Thank you as well. Yeah, I never got that answer to that either. Those are the 4 more. Are they the 4? Yeah, go ahead. There's many conspiracy theories around that as you want as well.
Oh,
The truth is, they're only going to tell you what they want you to hear. That's it. I found loophole after false information as to everything that has been around, and trying to fill in the blanks with shit that doesn't work and pointing out to them where they've basically lied and they don't like it. So I tried to operate until I just hit wall after wall after wall after wall.
I noticed that. I noticed that quite a little while ago. No matter how much information I had, it didn't really matter. Because it seemed like the information kept on changing. They told me what they want, depending on who I was talking. I was talking to Norman while I was talking to Death. Couldn't figure that out until afterwards when you ask them the same question. They give 2 very different answers.
You know, for the longest time, I was just going to challenge him and go for death myself. In his journal, apparently, the first one that no one ever got to read because the person who has it apparently sold the fucking vehicle it's stored in. No longer has it. Told I don't qualify. Didn't realize that at the time, apparently, of death, I guess, that guess what? It's time to throw down. Get into arena, the two of you, let's go. Sorry, there's no step-by-step fucking instructions. When do you qualify, when do you not? And nobody actually fucking understand that. That was the plan. I figured, why not try something else?
What else did you try? If you're not doing that.
Still currently. See how that goes. If that one goes nowhere, then probably the one person that had enough fortitude to actually go through and do all the shit that says what they would do is out of suggestions, out of clues, out of hints, out of ideas, and just fucked. Who knows? Maybe they just get what they want. After it's all said and done, I walk away and just laugh. Was it worth it again? Fucking old past sniffler!
I don't even know what they want anymore.
I don't even think they know what they want. Both of them spend more time up there than anything else. I've seen the old fuck down here maybe twice. It's kind of human of him, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
He
Especially
walked
the best ones,
away
you know.
and said, nope, you won't be seeing me down here again. Huh. Guess he enjoys life up there, right? Crazy.
Pestilence confuses me. He always talks about how he is so against Norman, so against what he's doing, but he's really just doing the exact same thing.
Oh yeah.
He's just hanging out up there, making friends with people, making people sick, and then making them choose who to give the cure to. It's
Yeah.
very,
Uh-huh.
very human of him, even though he says that it's not, and that he's so against that and everything.
Yep. They didn't like that being pointed out to them. Never.
Yeah, they tend not to enjoy that part.
No. Real quick. Come here. Put your hand on my shoulder.
What just happened to me?
What do you think happened to you?
I don't even know. I don't know. Jesus.
Maybe in due time.
Hmm. You're still sick down here.
Electively, yeah.
Electively.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Hope was sick. I offered to share it.
Hmm.
So she could recover that much quicker. Hopefully. He's sick. There's issues. I guess I just tried to give her time to actually recover.
I was Hope. I don't know if you've seen Hope, but
Haven't seen her recently. In quite some time, actually. You talk here and there, but not all that often. There's other things I hope needs to do than speak to someone that's trapped here. I've already got my mind set on a few things, and so be wasted spending time with me and need to spend time with other people.
it's fair. Definitely fair. You know, I saw Hope a day or two after I made my deal, and I hadn't told anybody that I made my deal, and Hope almost seemed afraid of me.
What do you expect Hope to be?
It's kind of exactly what I expected, but you know, expecting it and seeing it are two different things.
Think deals are natural?
Nope.
Think there's some registry somewhere that gets put up? Hey, this person's got a deal. Let's go ahead and start the counter.
You know, that's how it felt. That's how it felt once everybody knew that I had a deal. Like, get tattooed on my forehead. Every single person I met or saw me, it seemed like they knew I had a deal.
Like the Continental over at John Wick, isn't it? Someone goes up on the bounty board. This person's got a deal. Name just gets posted everywhere, right?
Goodness.
Yeah, when I got back to the city, I was still prepared to honor the deal that I had with him. Figured a deal is a deal, I'd uphold my end of it, right? Quote, Norman, you outran your usefulness. Huh. Isn't that ironic? Had a death of a government, set up a hotel hit list that turned into the faceless. Killed the commissioner of PD. Brought the chief of police down here so that he and Brian Knight could both have deals. Blew up a doctor and... yeah. A lot of fucked up shit.
Yet he said you outlived your usefulness.
Yeah, apparently. Who knows? Maybe all this would have been different if I hadn't. Maybe I'd be on his side again.
Yeah.
Sure, a few of you would have been some of my names I would have had to take care of.
Oh, I'm sure that would have happened.
Mm-hmm. Y'all with the damn old passes. Niffler,
Sometimes
looking
I
at you.
don't understand how the deals work.
They're not supposed to work.
Yeah. I guess that's the thing right there.
There's nothing about them that's supposed to work. Yo, Sparks Poo, thanks for 37 months. Appreciate it, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't even know one that he actually upheld.
I don't either. See if he even lets Edgar out of here.
Who knows? It'd be interesting for you to have a talk with him.
He said he'd let me talk to Edgar before he's released. I'm interested to see what he does.
You believe that? You actually believe that?
No. I don't believe anything he says.
Yeah, huh?
I don't believe anything Pestilence says either. There is no fact checking, no truth to be even found in any of the things they say.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that the funny part about it all?
It is.
Yeah, no shit.
Sometimes it feels like they just make up whatever they want on the spot. Then you ask them about 2 weeks later and they say the exact opposite.
You know the whole reason for all the feathers, right?
I believe it was to talk to the people down here, no?
Mm-hmm.
Then I got really confused with bringing people back.
Because I never got to talk to D. Never had that conversation. Never got to see if he actually wanted to come back. This time it was a way to give Edgar closure. We spread the feathers out amongst people that ideally would have conversations with him. People I thought would actually be trusted to have a conversation. Maybe show him a different path of things. Instead, unfortunately, everyone decided to keep them for themselves. Because they all wanted to be special holding on to one of them. They want to be selfish instead of selfless. Guess it's a hallmark of humanity, isn't it?
That part kind of baffled me, to be honest. I guess you might feel special if you have a feather, but if you know what it's used for, then why keep it?
Just meant for a conversation between people. That was it. Came some crazy conspiracy thinking that, guess what? I can get him out of here.
Yeah, I remember saying about 2 months ago that him getting out would have to be through Norman, because Norman could just send him right back. And then he came out and he was sent right back.
You know, you've seen the book, right?
I have.
Read to me the part about the black feathers in there.
These feathers are not yours to touch. Their power is not for the living. Only those that have passed may grasp their darkness. The dead will not help without a reason. They are bound to their own purposes, and you must tread carefully in your dealings with them.
So what do you think we found when we were down here? The day I got sent here.
Probably some black feathers.
5 of them. And here's Edgar. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to get out. I want to get out. I want to get out. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you actually sure? You realize that I just got sent back here. You don't think that there would be any thought whatsoever in your coherent fucking mind, Edgar? Hey, you want me to just be yanked back here? Also, let me get that back. Thank you.
I'm trying. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Maybe hold on. There we go. There we go. Got it right there.
Nope, definitely don't. Okay.
There we go. I don't know. I told people that months ago that he would just send him right back, even with the feathers. If he came out, he would go right back. And I don't know if they just didn't listen or what, but it seemed like it went in one ear and out the other.
This is what people just want to hear. I'll make it fit whatever they have to say. It's a game of telephone, right? But if I tell you that the feathers aren't going to work because you have to be dead in order to touch them, and you pass that message 10 times along afterwards, guess what? Not the same message. Right?
Yeah.
And then guess what? That message gets spread into whatever interpretation that is, and then here we go. That's what it is. There are other ways in and out of here, though. You know those yet?
Other than Norman?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, from my understanding, you were brought back by Hope. Is that not true?
Actually, it's both birds.
Other than that, I have no idea.
If you stick around long enough, you might experience it. Can't ruin the surprise quite yet, can I?
naturally. You know, I found another one of those orbs.
Yeah.
Didn't get the chance to touch it, even though I wanted to. Even knowing that I'm pretty sure it just explodes when you touch it. I really wanted to touch it.
You know, there is one that obviously appears down here, right?
Yeah, I heard about it. On that little whatchamacallit thing over there.
Mm-hmm. Seen it a few times, but never to the extent that he's told me it has been. Never glowing or on fire. Edgar was talking to it one day. Walked past him and he was saying how he's about to make something big and powerful.
Oh god.
He was going to make it powerful. Whatever the hell he meant by that, I said, you know what? You lost your damn mind. I'll be up here. Ever tell you the story of how Edgar and I actually met?
If I'm not mistaken, it was something with the hotel, and he was one of the targets.
Nope. He never was a
No?
target.
Really? What happened with that? I thought it was something with the hotel.
Paranoid idiot. That's what he was at that point.
I think that's what he still is.
I had no idea truly who he was. It was I was sitting at Survival. They were asking what they would do with the prize money if they had won it. And he had the smart idea of saying that he was going to buy Sanguine Island. Now you can imagine I had just spent 35, 36, 37, 38 years in prison after that war. And I was everything to me. He said he wanted to buy it. Oh, okay. His name started popping up a little bit more, and spoke to Delver. I don't know if you know Delver.
Met him once or twice.
Kind of Jaeger's right-hand man during Sanguine. Jaeger had said that he was working both sides to it, but his true thing was to give it back to Jaeger. Spoke with Delver about it, and I was like, I don't know, this guy just sounded like a complete moron. But, whatever. Not really anything to me. So he put together something called the Fellowship or something around that he was going to clean up the Isle. That he had plans in place in order to make it happen. That he was meeting with the Rangers to decontaminate it and everything else.
Mushrooms or something?
I don't fucking know.
I think it was.
Surprise.
It wasn't
motherfuckers,
until
Kappa.
on Twitter that he called out the Faceless publicly. I think I've told you at some point that that was part of one of the groups I was a part of.
Yes, yes.
The hotel was merged with the Faceless at some point. And him calling it out publicly, plus what he had done with the article or whatever the fuck it was with Sanguine on top of he went to the news and had some article that he wrote, or not wrote, but gave information to a journalist, whoever the fuck it was, plus the island on top of it as to wanting to buy it. Like, okay, Jaeger wanted him gone. That was it. His name was never on there. Him and I met actually for the first time face to face at the pier just south of the lighthouse.
Try to catfish you.
Mm-hmm. My group had taken him hostage for Polito. And they kept saying that they have this mouthy hostage that they're possibly going to have to shoot, and it's something that was dumb of them. I said, who was it? And they told me his name, and I said, nah, let me go take care of it. So, took him to the catfish, had a conversation with him, gave him the list at the hotel, said, here you go. As we were sitting there, one of the instructions, if you actually successfully collected one of them, was to twat out, have the person twat out that you were collecting, that they would twat out, collect it. As we were sitting there, someone actually did it mid-conversation. Timing couldn't have been better. I had no idea it was even happening. I pulled it up and used it as an example and showed him exactly who was on that list. The person that was on the list was Harvey Holden. He was a cop. Harvey was trying to control everything in and out of prison and was becoming a thorn in our sides while we were in prison. I updated the list, had $2.5 million sitting on the outside, and I used burner phones to get people in and out money, and had someone on the outside, via the faceless, pay them. I showed him the list, showed him exactly what was happening, and how he does not want to fuck with it. The last thing I told him is, never go to the lighthouse. And what did he do?
Oh, I guarantee ran straight there.
7 years later.
I remember that. I remember him taking people there and leaving them there and sacrificing them there, trying to get Norman bones.
Not once was his name ever on that list. Not once. They just kept digging. Digging and digging and digging and digging to the point where I couldn't ignore him. Nobody could.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds like him.
He wasn't on my radar. He wasn't on anyone else's radar. All he had to do was just not say anything.
Not very good about that. He'll say a lot of something. Every time.
No. He just kept poking and poking and poking and poking and poking, and I don't think there was anything of substance. It was just, dude, did you learn your lesson over here? So I had one of his friends, Solomon Walker. Let's have a meeting with him. Myself, Johnny Devine, Solomon Walker, kidnapped him, put him in a helicopter, took him over here. Well, not over here, rather to the hangar, facing where Sanguine Isle was. And I said, if you truly want to go to Sanguine Isle and you want to own it, you can look at it as I shoot you in the back of the head. Later, you'd end up getting with Benji and the rest of Seaside and put out their own hit on me and try to go after my group. I said I did what I needed to do. If you want to keep coming after my people, guess what? Of course they're going to come after you. I was done with them, man. Didn't give a shit. But just kept poking to the extent my father ended up taking out a helicopter and this time throwing him out of the helicopter on to Sanguine Isle.
That'll do it. That way everybody assumed he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, none of it would have ever happened if he just stopped. Literally. He was digging your own grave, and then there's exactly what he did. his brother or cousin, Cesar. You got him killed too.
Yeah, I heard about him. I believe in prison, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Wade Wilson. Actually had a conversation with Wade right before it happened. Didn't even realize that he was there with him. Apparently he did something piss off the HOA. And just said, Wade, do me a favor. Tell him TJ sends her regards. Apparently it's the last thing he said when we shot him.
God.
That wasn't mine, and that was all HOA stuff, man. I didn't care if his cousin lived or dead, died. That was whatever he did to the HOA, and I just asked a favor of Wade. Sent my regards to him, and that was it. Not much any more than that. So whatever his cousin and him did to the HOA to piss them off, that's on them.
Yeah, he seems pretty good about finding a way to piss people off when they're very powerful groups.
It really had nothing to do with his cousin's death.
What happened to the hotel?
It existed for a while. Some names still were taken out on it. My club ended up getting RICO'd. I had to go in hiding because documents that made their way into circulation led them right back to me, and people had left. Needed people around to actually fulfill those. The club being gone, everyone else in the city being destroyed wasn't exactly the same. Everyone went their separate ways, and it was kind of the end of it. Honestly, it was just a means to an end. I had too much money, nothing to do with it. People were pissing me off in prison, and I got the bright idea, hey, guess what? On your phone, you could share notes with other people. You could update everything as well. I had phones for days in there. So all I did was update the note. Just had someone else hold on to the money on the outside. Old racing crew friend of mine. Gave them a reason, gave them instructions of what to do, put a price on top of their head, and if they did it, cool. I just end up calling the person on the outside and say, hey, here you go, give this amount of money to this person. That's it. Very simple.
Damn.
Everyone always said that when we came back here is that they wanted to create their own version of it. They wanted their own underground market. They wanted everything to go in a place for people to come together similar to what we did there. Reality is, you didn't have to build a house, you didn't have to build a physical being to it or something with it, you just had to do it. It wasn't just buying a house so that people could have free access to it. That's never going to work. The hotel literally existed on a phone app. And a note. That was it. Pretty simple, huh?
Really? Yeah. Let me just stop, you know, before you died, I guess.
You mean I'm really the way that I am now?
Yeah, I didn't know what to call it, really.
Sanguine was for the purpose of a very corrupt government. We had a fucked up senator, a fucked up commissioner, ones that shot unarmed people, ones that strapped bombs to EMS to send them into war,
God.
ones that would use the prison as a firing range from the rafters when people were unarmed. The more fucked up shit that was happening alongside of everything, the more I realized that the entire government had to go down. The commissioner at the time, Axel, was around, and he and I didn't particularly share different values, actually. We're pretty much on the same path. Was that he wanted to reform PD, but he thought it could be band-aided. I think it could be band-aided. I think it had to all be torn down and started new. Same result, but different ways to get there. I don't think the Band-Aid one would have worked. I did truly want to reform to it. Listen, I don't care. You do something fucked up, sure, absolutely. You can get consequences to it. After all, Fred, I was a cop at some point too. You know that, right?
I do find that interesting. I did know that.
I wasn't oblivious to it. I hated people using their power that they're supposed to do good with in order to be fucked up. It was always my belief that if you're going to do something that inherently negative, you should not hold that position. That was the whole premise of everything that I did with the hotel, all the hits, everything. That if you were someone in a position of power that was over everybody else within the city, that you truly should not have it any longer. That's why I started targeting people. Lewis Bloom, a cop. Someone I actually trained, I FTO'd him. He was rumored to have been dealing drugs within the PD. And called him up to a mountainside to meet with him. Had him leave his gun in the vehicle. I gave him the pretense that he may potentially have the opportunity to continue doing it. And maybe something new, maybe something better. When I asked him if he'd still be interested in continuing selling drugs or distributing them, he said yes. I shot him.
Wow.
Member of PD, by the way.
Wait, that was when you were a cop still?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's when I left.
Okay.
He was. That was always my pretense for everything. I hated people in power abusing the shit that they had. So when I said it had to be shut down and torn apart, and he said it'd be patched, I had already been through all that. He would love to tell me about how fucked up everything was. Brian Knight actually had a deal with Norman to lose his actual sanity. Brian Knight. At the time was one of the most powerful people in PD. He had his own PD department, DPD, Davis PD. So one of Bass's like right-hand mans. You couldn't get any higher. And the higher that you were, the bigger the target that you painted on your back, the more and more I called you out. I call out Brian a lot. So I guess your question still remains, why did you stop? Finally got what I wanted. After the war. Fortunately, my club got RICO'd and everyone left the city because the government shut down. That was my goal. The government shut down. To reform it. I came back and honestly, I was ashamed. Everyone had been displaced, so the people that I knew. I stuck to the north and just worked as a lumberjack.
You worked as a lumberjack?
I'm sorry, Jeff. Yeah.
Good God.
Mm-hmm. It's like my own silos and things. I applied to be a city treasurer the first time, didn't get it. Offered to be a consultant with them. They said that they would potentially have a position to consult. They didn't have a budget for it. I gave them an overview of what I was proposing and how much it would cost and what my overall amount would be. They said they liked it. And about a week later, I said, sorry, we can't do it. I would have done it for free. They just said sorry and just shut it down. Because that was important to me. It was actually reforming the thing that I helped shut down. It's always been what my value was. If you ever actually read the book that was on the front porch, it outlines it. Who would I be if I truly sat to destroy everything around me? It'd be him. Norman. I sat to rebuild. That's what I came back to do. I didn't do one crime since I got back here, Fred. Oh.
Really?
I did one street race. And it was between three of us. Myself, Marlo, and Pigeon. Just for fun. Closed course, nothing.
Yeah.
That was it. Not one. Not one crime. Second term came around and I ended up getting treasurer. At that point, Max was mayor. Siobhan was there. Rain. Murphy. Hornwood. Solomon. And Cantor. That was the city council. I tried to put anti-mayoral spending policies in place and guardrails and checks and balances, and they all hated it. Ay.
Sounds like the government.
Mm-hmm.
Always hating looking at themselves.
This was always my purpose. Was to rebuild. So I got shot. Trying to do that. Exactly what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things could have changed my path to where I was. Like if Norman said, you gotta kill such and such person, I probably would have done it. Didn't require it. Didn't ask for it. But I outlived the usefulness of it and I was okay. Means I was free to do what I wanted to do. Not perfect, toss it. Satch! Even my own group. Barely did a whole lot with them, truthfully. They'd always do different jobs, and the only thing I usually did with them was go hunting. Yeah, that was kind of the purpose of ADMC, actually. They wanted to expand into different areas. They wanted members that were not known, not public, not advertised. They wanted people in government that were also not known or advertised. Or if they were, plain per se. And then they wanted the people that were actually loud and proud. His whole goal was to be the largest that he could and have the biggest reach that he could as well. Barry, my dad, is the one that asked me, hey, you'd be interested in leaving the government side to it. All right. Fine, I'll do it. He asked me if you want to lead the loud and proud. I would have done that as well. I probably wouldn't have been where I was now.
Yeah.
That's the reality. That's why. All those things is why I've changed. It's funny, the butterfly effect and the ripples that happen afterwards, right?
It is.
The same thing when I came back around to the lighthouse. I honestly didn't give a shit about anything. No cares, nothing. Like just watching people around. Had no thought to anything other than people I was there to see. The more and more of the shit happened, the more and more people made deals with things, the more and more I started to feel that anger of the same shit that people were going through previously. What I had to deal with, and I just realized that this couldn't happen. I literally watched Sonia Summers walk over to the lighthouse being held at gunpoint by Jay, and I had no idea that was actually happening.
Remember that? I was there.
Mm-hmm. The first time I actually started caring again. Only reason I actually decided to get back involved with these fucks. They want anyone else to make the same mistake we did how many years ago? Yo. Hey.
Yeah.
Wait, this guy Capped actually streams? This motherfucker actually streams? Cap streams? Hello? Damn. I didn't realize this guy is actually a streamer
I don't
still.
think I cared about Norman at all until I saw what
Shocker, right? I know, man.
after he made a deal. I think if it was anybody else, I wouldn't have cared.
Thank you for the raid, my dude.
I saw him
Hopefully a good
change,
stream.
you know. You could see he wasn't the person he was anymore. Totally changed who he was because he had to hurt the people around him.
I don't claim to be a streamer, Niffler. Calm down, calm down, calm down.
Which eventually killed him.
For what? To bring Aaliyah back?
What he said.
I don't even recall at this point. Why did he even kill her?
Oh God.
I don't think I'd ever even asked that question.
I think he loved Aaliyah. And she was part of the DOC. And she stole a gun from a safe where only she had access to.
Oh, fuck me!
So naturally they arrested her and raided all of her
Are you
properties.
fucking serious right now, bro?
So she was the clean person for the manor at the time.
Are you
Their
fucking
entire
serious?
operation. So she, got bail. Was looking at a lot of prison time and a lot of charges. So Edgar decided, and she decided, they would fake her death. So they faked her death. That helped, of course.
fucking seriously, bro?
Because light was running out, and for some reason they forgot to put an armored vest on her. So he just shot her without any armor, without anything. So of course she's gonna almost die. Then we kidnapped a doctor, saved her life. Doctor went to the marshals. She was hidden for a long time. Nobody knew if she was alive or dead. And then the whole manor situation happened where they were rightfully upset because she was their clean person. And we made a meeting between SK, the leader of the manor, and her. And she decided she would talk very big because we were there, threatening him. I don't know why she talked like this, but she talked like she had an entire gang behind her that would swing and do anything for her. But she wasn't a part of our group. She was only close to Edgar, really. So Edgar brought her down to the beach. They had a very long conversation. I do not know what was said. And eventually shot her, and she died. And he could not live with himself afterwards. He started sacrificing people to the lighthouse, yelling for Norman Bones. He lost who he was, really. And that's exactly when Norman swooped right in and made a deal with him. And Edgar said, "Whatever you want, double it, triple it," I believe is what he said. And the rest is history. And then he had to go after a number of names and couldn't do it with Sonia. No end goal, no promise to even release her, nothing. A blank check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And that's how we got here. That's how we got here.
Huh. That's real funny how.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yep. Yep. We're all good here. We're all good here.
So great, so great. Nobody even told her. He shot her because he had like a blood pact with a few people that he would put the gang first, and he couldn't do that if she was still alive. That was his thought process. Nobody told him to shoot her. Nobody would have blamed him if he didn't shoot her. No, everybody would have understood. But he did it anyways.
So, what you're saying is, in true Edgar fashion, nobody actually had to die.
Oh yeah, nobody had to die. She would have gone to prison for less time than I did. I spent 2 weeks in jail for breaking a lifer out.
Oh. Huh. Nobody had to die. Crazy, huh?
With him, it's always crazy. Always crazy.
Huh. Uh-huh. Ow. Ow. Well. Butterfly effect that one too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Never quite understood why any of it even happened in the first place, but I don't even know. Also how the BVMC fell apart too. Nye Nashville, the doctor we kidnapped, to save her life was one of the BMC's VP's wife, and she went to the marshals about all of it. And that spiraled into us shooting down all the BBMC because they pulled a gun in a meeting, and then they were no more. They kind of fizzled out and became Hades. Well, joined Hades.
Yeah, that's you know, there was always a thought in my head, and it was publicly said by a lot of people, not just me. And, you know, before the city collapsed, you know, a lot of ADMC were BBMC, right? You aware of that? And, he was no longer part of the club. He had been given a few opportunities and didn't work out. So when a few of us came back to the city and reformed ADMC, BBMC had a pretty good reputation, I would say, from when we had left. It was, we left in a good spot. It was also torn apart. The government took everything, and the organization itself, like I said, you know, or what a RICO is, it's against an organization, so none of us wanted to reform or remake what the BBMC was in terms of a name.
Yeah.
It always kind of confused me as to why Dundee wanted it back. I understand why he wanted it back, because it's something that he tried to create and did create over time and brought all of those people together at some point, and that grew from the people in there and grew into a place that was actually my home. Asuchi was my home. The point we'd even feel like going back down there. He abandoned that. Went somewhere else. That will forever be my home. I guess the part that I'm not confused on, but why wouldn't he just do something different? He wanted to try to restore it to what we had left it as and recreate something slightly different. It was kind of who he was, I guess. That's what he was known for. I guess there's comfortability in what you're known for and what you're accustomed to, right? You know, I had a conversation with Dee, and it was after I had passed. He and I talked. He had said the BBMC wasn't the same. But no matter how many times I try to get different people in there, it's never going to be the same. It wasn't the Berries, it wasn't the Collins, it wasn't the TJs, it wasn't the Jessies, it wasn't the Chains, it wasn't Jordans, etc. that made it that. He's still fixated on trying to make it what that same thing was, and he wanted his reputation to be feared again. To be great at taking down PD and other gangs and wars and shootouts, and he wanted to be the best driver that he could be, and that he was no longer that. Instead of trying to rebuild something completely new, I think he was still stuck in the past as to what we were. And he couldn't move past it. Just sad to think about. I respect it, but at the same time, I think it was part of his downfall too. There's sort of a, I guess, greatness that he wanted to return it to, and expectation that was going to be there very quickly just didn't end up happening.
Yeah. In some aspects, I kind of felt bad for him, to be honest. It's like he knew what he wanted, but I don't think he was the person to get it remotely even close to that. I heard a lot of people say that talking about the old Dundee or back in the day Dundee would have this, would have that. Kind of sad to see, honestly. I heard so many things about him, and then I worked closely with him, and I realized that it's just not the same anymore at all.
Too fixated on trying to make it that. Reality is we didn't care about the shootouts, or I mean, we kind of did. Like, it wasn't something after he had left that we truly wanted to get into. There's a threat that if we did go to, sure, absolutely, we'd 100% go to it. We wanted to make sure it was for a meeting, and that's what Sanguine was. That's why you'll still see some people that had the white armband around them. I can give two shits less about inner gang politics. That shit bores me. Giving it a purpose, that's much better, man. Fuck all the inner gang bullshit. Start a war over being disrespected over a fucking hot dog. Oh, God's sakes. Bro, I mean, not to say that actually happened, but that's the extent of what people will start just putting people's lives on the line for, right? CG got pissed with us the one time because it came down and Rami told me to put my gun down after he came down with his own out. In our own turf. I said, no. Putting my gun down. It wasn't even aimed at anyone, just holding my side. I'm not putting it away. Yep, that started a war by itself.
That's kind of interesting what people would go to war for. Such little trivial things.
Something to do. Go risk dying. Gives them a fucking adrenaline rush, huh? I always hated convoys too. It was the worst time in the world. Always on edge, always heightened senses, always asking, and are you from such and such? I don't know. You're not? Why not? Like, brother. Really disrupting everyone in the fucking city for the purpose of asking them if they're affiliated with a group.
I feel like I see it too much.
You go through 45 days of that straight. Boring real fucking quick.
Yeah, it doesn't interest me at all, to be honest. We've had the chance to do it multiple times, but we've all kind of decided that is not. There's no point. I just don't. I don't get the angle of a lot of it. I really just don't. People are so quick to jump to war for something to do or whatever. When, I mean, listen, people are gonna die. Over what? You getting your feelings hurt because I took somebody hostage that you know it's not even in your gang? Okay.
We had a hostage checklist at some point.
Yeah.
Legitimately, we used to ask people as we took them as hostage, are you a hangaround for XYZ group? Are you a government employee? Do you know anyone in said group? Are you a person of interest in this group? Are you with them? No, I'm actually dead serious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because that actually became a thing where people would say, oh my God, we feel disrespected because someone as a hangaround, we don't claim them as a hangaround, by the way, got taken as a hostage, but they can't claim that they're a hangaround, by the way. So how are we actually supposed to know? But we're going to come after you because of the fact that, God forbid, you took someone that wouldn't claim that they're a hangaround, but guess what? They're a hangaround. Now we're pissed about it because fuck you guys. Oh, wait. They're my friend? That was my girlfriend? You took my girlfriend hostage? Did anything happen to her? No. But still, I want to fucking fight you! Brother.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It happens every day. Happens every day.
It's dumb. It's absolutely just not worth it. If you really want to go through that shit, by all means. If that's what interests you, go. You don't have a true purpose other than the fact that you get your feelings hurt. You truly doing? You want to go have one of the fastest cars in the city and strike fear into something because guess what? You gotta put respect in your name. It's not it.
It's interesting. It's interesting to me that people care so much about what other people think of them. Do they think I'm, powerful and scary? I don't care. I don't understand why they care so much about what people think. If you can back it up, then why do you care if they think you are or not? I think that's a trap that Dundee fell into. Why he went after the cops so much. He wanted to be, thought of as powerful, but everybody kind of just looked at him like, oh, you got into a police chase and got shot down with the cops again for the third time this week. Yeah.
You know how many times I would be in my apartment? I'd wake up to the sounds of a helicopter above an automatic weapon fire just literally ringing out. I'd wake up to that more times than not. We used to have all the time on our notes on our phone what the radio for the day was. Hop on the radio and all I would hear was about the shootout that was happening in the area. I couldn't even walk outside of my own house half the time. We're in a war as well? Guess what? Whether it was PD, whether it was someone we were warring with, I would literally walk outside of my house and someone would have motion sensors sat there for the moment that I woke up and walked outside. God forbid I actually, go to the beach for 2 minutes. Nope. Fuckers would be right there. I had to go to sleep in my apartment. I couldn't even go to outside my own fucking house. Tell me, what the fuck is the purpose? So you get a few $100,000 more? Congratulations, you got paid. Doesn't earn my respect. This makes you that much more of a pussy for doing it.
It's interesting to me. I see so many people that all they do is rob 24/7s and then rob the jewelry store and the truck. I just can't. I can't do it. I refuse to do it. I just can't. I can't. Some people, it's their entire lives just robbing the same thing over and over, and that's all they do. They have nothing, no bigger purpose, nothing they're working towards, nothing they're thinking about. Just can't do it. It's kind of like boosting. Everybody loves boosting. I can't bring myself to do it. It's just the same thing over and over. Police chases don't really, as soon as I saw the bigger picture of, this might happen, the fucking apocalypse, it changed my view. I'm looking at a boosting. I'm like, why am I going to go boosting to get money if I could be working on something that's bigger?
Sounds like me about 7 years ago. That was my same thought process with Sanguine. We all said to ourselves, what's the purpose of going back afterwards? We just spent all this time in prison. We fought for something that we all believed in. Even if you didn't believe in it, you fought for the people that were next to you. You spent time in prison with the people that are next to you. You got to know them. At least we thought. Unless your group name was the Saints afterwards. Hey, what up, Tetra? There was inherent respect that was gained there. You talk about respect in wars. That was everyone coming together and fighting the other was the respect that we got from it. That's the legacy that we left. It's the one he tried to inherit. Not for the purpose of driving fast and getting away. Believe me, I loved boosts. I did.
Really?
But I also liked it for a different reason. The day I don't think I really knew you if you were around then.
I wasn't.
But we had Benson's Back Alley Motors, BBM. We would take cars that we would obtain from boosting and we would register their VINs in the system. And we'd sell them. It wasn't just any normal cars. We'd do large Packer trucks that held enough to basically be the same as a warehouse.
Damn.
We would do go-karts. We would do hearses. We would do forklifts. We would do rare cars that you couldn't buy in the stores. We do a whole bunch of shit. But it's part of our business. And then we take those cars and we create unique experiences for people with them. We do drops. Do deals for them in a way that... Not Norman deals, by the way.
Yeah.
Where it was something personal. We'd ask what they wanted it for, or if it was a business purpose. We would rent from... I didn't even know the name of the new place when we left. Shit, what was the... It used to be called Dodo, and it's not anymore. I forget the name of it. But they had a big cargo bob type thing. It would, you would pick up a car and have it literally flown in front of them. Just dropped off. They put on skits, whatever, you know? Just to make it a unique car buying experience. We enjoyed it. That's what boosting was for us. And at the same time, we got everyone in our club paid for it. People that wanted a boost, they could sell a car. If they sold a car and they're a salesperson, they got paid commission. They got paid if they boosted it. They all got paid. We made probably over $200 million with that thing.
Wow.
That's what also then ended up partially funding myself personally with the hotel when we started it, when I gave away a lot of money. So it was a different purpose. It fed into one thing to the next. I could do a hotel because I had money to burn. People wanted money and I had a reason to give it to them.
Makes sense.
And we had a goal on top of it. We had something to do. We had our own business. It was profitable as hell. Loved every minute about it. I had every record kept down to a T. If I had a phone, I could probably pull up every single boost that we did. I could tell you how much we paid out for it too. I could tell you every sale that we did.
Wow.
And afterwards, we got out of Sanguine and I used those bank jobs as something else. A lot of them would give us inked bags, which after a few days, the ink would dry off. And you could really distribute them. I had got my money back that I sent out for Sanguine at that point, so I needed a way to use untraceable funds. So we'd stash all the bags in a car. Anytime that we did one, I would take one bag for myself personally. I would just pay people out in ink bags. Give them it to them straight in cash afterwards. untraceable. I wasn't doing it to do it. I was doing it to fuel what I was doing for a cause, and that's why I didn't mind doing them, but I didn't like doing them. If I didn't, the hotel wouldn't exist. That purpose of doing something that was targeted wouldn't exist. Taking down corrupt government officials. People want to pay to do that. I could do it myself, but it's much easier to have people around at all times to do it themselves too, that were interested in doing it. So, money makes the world go round, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely does.
Anyway.
Do you, looking at the government now, of what you know of it, do you kind of see it repeating itself?
I didn't pay attention to the government after I got back.
Fair.
You understand that when I died, I was at the table trying to change it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I paid a single iota of attention to anything that was happening in government. Really. Couldn't even tell you. Not my care, not my concern.
Fair. Fair. Even being a, criminal who's supposed to be against the PD or this and that, it does disappoint me what they've become. There's very few people who actually, put in the effort and even tried to investigate what we were doing at the time, which was, our group killed a lot of people, and we were involved in a lot of really bad stuff, but it seemed none of them cared ever. It was like we could do anything and we didn't have to worry about the police at all. In the end, there was a few people who, put in the effort and actually tried to even investigate anything, but it never even made it anywhere, which honestly was kind of disappointing to me.
Yeah, unless you lay it out in front of them, they're not going to do anything.
Even then, they don't do anything. We took a video of us shooting somebody, no mask, nothing. Not a warrant, not a call. It was posted on Twitter. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. When I sent Bass down here, he was with 2 other people. Brian Knight and Juno Sweeney. We had 6 people. 2 of them took Brian one way. 2 of them took Juno another way. It might have been 2, might have been 1. I don't remember. And then I took Bass with someone else. Norman showed up. Explained to him why this was happening. And shot him there. No mask, nothing. I then got caught with the same weapon that I ended up executing him with. In a bank job. Or something similar. Nothing. Not one thing. And the Lennon situation. Lennon Bundy was her name. Husband to a cop, Jeffrey Bundy. And here's the interesting part. Jeffrey and Lennon lived in the lighthouse with their family. They called it the Bundy Bunch. You've heard of it?
I have not.
Hope, the bird, was around Lennon quite often. Same bird. And they're the ones that tried to blow up the lighthouse. They're the ones that tried to take a sniper rifle and bless the bullets and shoot Norman.
I did hear about those occasions.
Only for their daughter, Cleo, be trapped down here. And a lot of other shit. He tried to get rid of Norman as much as he could. Never succeeded. I had to go fuck up his wife's hands for it and blew her up with a bomb.
Wow.
The bomb part was me.
Hmm.
Hands part was Norman. Didn't really get them very far, did it?
Nah, definitely not.
I don't know.
A lot of people went after Norman back in the day, and nothing, not a single thing happened. Nothing phased him.
Well, because it was always after everything had happened and nothing worked. It's then almost to the common agreement that you had to give up everything in order to actually take him. Get him away from death. But, yeah. Listen to the way he puts in his journal and his other one, which I've never fucking seen. Apparently there's just a, checklist of things that you have to do in order to even consider it. Fuck if I know, but...
Convenient the other one's lost.
Yeah.
That has the requirements in it.
Yeah. The person that read it said, hey, TJ, you don't qualify. Oh, really?
Thanks for telling me after.
Well, not the fact that it was after, but he was there when I did die. I'm sorry, not exactly in a place where I can just hop off of a fucking table and stab the asshole. Because guess what? I was dead. It's not like I was anywhere next to him afterwards either. So, please, go ahead and tell me what it was or what I needed to do to get fuck rid of him the moment that it happened. Sorry, doesn't exist. So, figured the one thing that I could do while I am dead is actually try it. But, yeah. I don't know. My knowledge, that route hasn't been tried yet.
You know, I kind of prodded him about it. Told me I was too attached and I didn't understand what he meant until I made a deal.
Yeah, too attached is actually being a human.
Yeah.
Having people around you. Caring for individuals. Human characteristics, right? The same thing that we fucking harp on these two idiots up there that are supposed to not have them or whatever, that they still do.
Both of them do.
Yeah.
Even for one that supposedly doesn't and despises Norman for being a thing and being attached to death, he sure does care about a lot of people.
I don't know if he cares, it's more the fact of his actions. And particularly, I don't think he gives a shit
He
about
protects
anyone. Yeah, I don't think he protects anyone. He only protects some of it to his own self-interest.
Probably.
Only use him at some other point. You know, there's a thing about betrayal. Always comes from the ones you least expect. Chat, where's that from? And the closest to you.
That's true. I'm sure in some regards that's what people think about me since I made a deal. After telling everybody that I wouldn't make a deal and that nobody should make a deal.
Chat, where's it from? Yeah, what can you do? uh, oh, shit.
You know, to be honest, this whole having a deal really did open my eyes about a lot of people, a lot of things. People say anything. When it's just talk, they'll say, make up a bunch of big claims about what they're willing to do and what they think they should do and who they think is wrong and the whole spiel. And then when action is needed or somebody does something, suddenly they don't think it's worth it at all.
Mm-hmm. Always quick to judge, never quick to act. Right?
Oh yeah. It baffled me the people who were the closest to the people that I protected. They were the people who really had a problem with it. Which always, it just, I don't know, it didn't sit right with me. They were the people with the loudest voices, I guess, against what I did and what I chose, even though I protected the people they cared about.
You wanna know why?
Why?
Because it's a way for them to say that, with their inference, that they're not able to protect them themselves. Now you have to do something that is egregious as that to be the one to protect them.
Yeah, makes sense. What really got was what Bobby said to me. He didn't know he was on the list. And I told him why I made the deal, that I made it to protect Alice because I think what she's doing is necessary in all of this, and to protect Benny. And he told me he would have made the same deal as me. But then later on, he always blamed me for making the deal even before he knew his name was on the list. He said he would do anything to protect Alice. But as soon as I do something about it, it seems like there's a problem. Seems like it wasn't worth it to back, even though he's known Edgar for much longer than me. They were very close. It's not worth it to bring him back. You made a bad deal. It's like he forgot why I made the deal. As soon as he heard that Edgar was on the deal, he made up his mind that it was bad. I think that's what, bothered me about him and a few other people that did the same thing. They don't blame you until you make the deal. They'd say they'd make a deal, but when you do it, then there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tally. I don't blame Tally. I don't. She shouldn't throw her life away for Edgar. But when somebody tells you that they'll do anything to get him back, and then you do something, then they get mad about it. Interesting. Interesting to think about.
I don't want anyone to throw their life away.
I don't either.
No part. I'm down here and someone decided they want to get me out in a way that they made a deal. and to take their life away in order for me to live? Mm-mm. No way. No way in hell. I would never, ever, 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 ever ask anyone to sacrifice themselves so they can get me out of here. Not for a deal. Now, qualifying factor. As long as the other person is able to get out as well, and yeah, I'm okay with that. That's a risk that both people are willing to take.
I'm interested to see what happens with Edgar if he does get released.
Are you gonna be able to see it?
No. Well, once he ends up back here, then I'm sure he'll tell me all about it. Wouldn't put it past him.
What do you think he'd do?
I don't know. I think a lot of it depends on if he gets told what people said and what people did when I had to deal with him. The people that said it's not worth it to bring him back, he could be angry at those people. But I'm not sure he's going to get to talk to me or talk to anybody who even knows ever. Maybe eventually, when Benny comes back to town. But not sure. I don't know who he is anymore.
Well, part of that where you have to actually hold out hope for that he's actually the person that you think he is. But also the other side of this is a realization. I don't know. He does go on a rampage afterwards. He's going to obviously need probably some people are going to help him out. I don't know how many people on the outside he has his allies with. Or if he goes full destruct mode. So I can tell you when he did try to go after me a long time ago. At some point he had Seaside's backing. Does he have that with someone else?
He's good about getting people behind him, even when they have no necessary affiliation with him. Pretty good about doing that.
Do you think he has the means to do it?
I don't know. Not sure, really. I mean, to be honest, the amount of times we would go to a big group and say, this is what we're doing, would you help? And they would always just say, yeah, we'll help. We'll do it with you. We'll jump into the prison and kill everybody in there and kill the entire PD. We'll break a lifer out of jail that's faced millions of dollars in fines. We'll do it. Nothing in return. We'll do it. I don't know if he'll have that when he gets back, but he might.
Yeah, you never know, right?
Yeah. Never sure.
If he goes down the way of trying to target the people that he thought didn't do enough to get him out, there goes some of the people that he might have support from rather. So you'd have to get an entirely new group of people. Then what's the end there?
Oh no.
You dig yourself a big enough hole that either you find new people that you can try to find and rally around, but it's a really big hole to dig out of.
It is. Definitely.
What is your day to day? How do you live? Just targeting the people that didn't help you get out for something that you made your own deal out of? For something that apparently someone didn't have to die for? Reminds me of Dundee in a bit. You back yourself so far into the corner, there's no bite left. I'm sure you can rally some people, but how long is that going to last? You make more enemies than you did. I know a long time ago he had a lot of enemies.
I've heard he had a lot of enemies. Be interesting if it happens this time around.
I didn't need to be his enemy then. I really didn't.
Tends to make enemies out of people, whether they want it or not. But I have noticed. I like Nino Chavez. He
I know
shot
too
Nino.
much about Nino.
Yeah, well, and you went to a meeting with him and shot him because he was, and I think I quote, a halfway crook. Which, you know, he wasn't wrong about, but it was interesting the way he went about it.
Say he leaves here tomorrow. Or tonight. Or the day after.
Mm-hmm.
Who would he go back to?
Jay Hobbs, Hassan. He doesn't even know Hassan, but I think he would very much enjoy the person I brought in. You know, I would say Benny, but Benny's out of town for a while.
Okay.
I don't know, Bobby. Edgar really cared about Bobby, but Bobby kept telling me, is it worth it? Kept blaming me for making a deal. We'll see what happens when he sees that Edgar's back. It'll be interesting, to say the least. You know, same thing with ADMC. Shang was pretty close to Edgar near the end, and Shang shot me because I had a deal. I didn't hold up Tally. I didn't.
That's
have a
my
gun
boy,
to
Shang!
Tally. I asked Tally something along the lines of a deal. Never kidnapped her.
That's what you
something like
should
that.
do, Shang,
Still
motherfucker!
shot me knowing that I couldn't complete the deal in time and I would still die the next day. I don't know.
Damn
I don't
straight!
know who will go back to, really. I don't know who will welcome him back, or if they'll all just change up and say, we wanted you back, we wanted you back, we're so glad that you're back. I'm not sure.
So who do you think would be real ones and who do you think would be the fake ones?
I think Jay, Benny, and Hassan.
They'd be the real ones?
Yeah, they would back him. They're the people who backed me, getting him back. Everybody else? I'll probably switch up once he's here. Or once he's there if he goes back. But they were the ones who were saying it's not worth it. That I made a mistake, that he wouldn't care about anybody. It'll be interesting.
I mean, listen. Always, I mean, people can change and they can get different chances, and he does. Do wish him all the best. Seriously. I've tried enough to... I don't want to say give him advice because that just seems like in a weird way. I don't know. I just hope he finds his way.
I hope so as well. You know, I hope he for people that helped me help him, and he rebuilds to some degree. He does have some stuff waiting for him from a big organization. They're waiting for him to get back for some stuff. So he's definitely got avenues to go down once he is back, which is good. Not just coming back to nothing.
I feel like T is taking notes for someone else. Maybe he is.
But I guess time will tell.
I'm not trying to say that you have to be some saintly individual that has to renounce his way of life and things that he's done previously. I mean, it's quite a change up. The day-to-day politics I don't give a shit about. This in a way that doesn't make him go about doing deals and stupid shit. But that's always up to him.
Yeah.
There's a redemption, but it's hard to get. You know, it's actually kind of crazy. I have everything that's been happening. Most people only saw me as kind of their villain, you know? Someone that was the big and the bad, right? I changed it up on them. Once they didn't even realize, by the way. They didn't even realize when I came back to this city, they thought it was the same TJ that they left many years ago. Because I laughed like him, talked like him, made jokes like him. The moment I started doing a lot of this shit, the moment I wasn't TJ, wasn't the same person they knew. I was the same person when I got back here and when I died. The ones I still interacted with, the ones that they same laughed with, sure. Didn't feel as much, didn't feel as into things, but a little different, you know? People want to see you as the old version, the best version of yourself, or what they believe you to be, and everyone loved TJ the Killer. Better be friends with a killer, right?
Guess so.
Means that you're not likely to be targeted.
You know, I found it interesting, you know, more recently, after I kind of took a step back and really started to understand the Norman stuff and the pestilence stuff and realized there's much of a bigger picture. I don't know, I felt different about a lot of things, you know? In the past, I mean, we'd killed probably 6 or 7 people. I did not care in the slightest of any single one of them at all. Maybe I cared slightly for AK. But I didn't care. I didn't care that I that my work directly killed the Whisperer, and I laughed about it afterwards. I didn't care at all. I think more recently I kind of understand that. I guess I'm changing in a way. I never would have, give it 3 months ago before Edgar was dead. I don't think I would have protected anybody in my list at all. I would have protected Benny, not Alice, not Oshira, not. I wouldn't have felt bad about killing Marlowe. Innocent people like Sooty, I wouldn't have felt bad at all. But seeing the bigger picture and seeing how really life and death at the end of the day is the only thing that does matter. It's interesting that I really did feel bad about what I had to do to protect those people, and I really did feel bad about it. And that, months ago I wouldn't have batted an eye that I had to, hurt these people and they could have died. And well, just interesting how the perspective changes when you start learning more about what actually matters and what doesn't matter.
I know a thought to consider, actually.
Hmm.
That if you help them and truly bring out the apocalypse and enact it on everyone, and you're the last person standing up there, didn't you just build another purgatory?
Yep, definitely did.
That's why it always baffles me with people that want to assist and don't give a fuck about it. They say that humanity is completely fucked. Well, if humanity is fucked, congratulations. You want to take it out on everyone around you, you want to start killing everyone and pop off and be the one that takes down all of humanity, congratulations, you're going to be in the exact same spot that you are in here now. Except, guess what? You'll be standing on all the bodies. You start to realize, is that what I truly wanted? What now? The same thing as in Norman's journal. You remember that part? Would he ever be satisfied?
Never.
There's no satisfaction there. Just, what goal are you achieving? Bring this up there? Dude is even here enough to actually enjoy it, apparently. Wants to create another one up there. Kill everyone. Get rid of humanity. Wipe them all out. Start anew, right? New Adam and Eve. It's like one of those statues. You know the statue they're planting the flag and it has a whole bunch of soldiers beneath them?
Yep. Yep.
Exactly the same thing. But if you're the only one planting that flag and you're standing on a pile of bodies. That's a lot of the reason why. You gotta fight for someone around you.
Yeah, it interests me the people that try their best to help what they're doing without even, taking a step back and realizing. I feel like they have to just not understand what they're doing.
They understand it in the short term, they don't understand it from a bigger picture. Short term. Get to be friends with a god. Really? So they can do what for you? Kill your friends around you? What does that benefit you? Seriously. How does anyone benefit? There's some special power that you get?
Guess you feel special about it.
They make you go invisible? That's cool and all, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's that get you? Nothing. Window shopping.
Like some people are just tricked by Pestilence. I think Pestilence is their friend. Like he's capable of having friends. Everybody
Good
talks
talker.
about Norman. Everybody always warns you about Norman, but there's like everybody got a lot of questions for Pestilence. Because he doesn't make deals, they think they're safe.
Oh, he makes deals.
Yes, he does. As much as he says he doesn't, he definitely does.
So I wrote the whole story. Get to read that one?
Which story? This is the one where, with the cure, you
Mm-hmm.
I've heard about this. I guess you wrote that.
I did.
You know, stopped a lot of people from taking the cure.
You trust the person that creates it to give you the cure as well?
Nope.
I wouldn't.
A lot of people feel like they have no choice.
There always is a choice. Depends if you want to fight for it or not.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I kind of wonder what Pestilence's goal even is, if it even is to get rid of Norman, or if that's just all a fake, all a fraud.
I don't know. You know, there's facts that don't add up. And I don't know the answer to it. But the whole Isaac still being bound to Hope thing threw me for a little bit of a loop.
Yeah, that
And asking for the bird to be killed. There's only 2 references I can think of, and that is obviously Hope the bird. And then the ring itself, which has the Hope inscription on it. Neither of them makes sense to me.
Yeah, my first thought was the bird, but that to me that doesn't make any sense. The ring, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, is not his. See, this is the problem. It's like it's not his hope of remembering Isaac; it's his memories of Isaac. But I don't know if that even is hope. You know what I mean? Truly confusing, really.
So wouldn't you want that technically to still last? If I'm you and I? Just not in the hands of somebody else? Because if that is one thing that's being held on to, sounds to me like whoever gets it, if they do, they don't want to destroy it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was wondering if he was trying to get somebody to get the ring to give to him, and then he'd have all the power. The ring holds power. What power? I don't really truly understand at all.
I think it's just bullshit.
Really?
Remembrance and a keepsake. A reminder. Neither of them would ever tell you if it had anything special to him. I mean, you can infer, obviously, from Norman's side that, sure, it was his brothers. But it truly wasn't even his brothers. If he actually truly cared about it, he should throw the fucking thing away, because the memory that he has of his brother, guess what? It's a memory when he was being fucking controlled by it. So, is that memory actually true? If anything, he should want to get fucking rid of it.
Yeah, because it wasn't even...
Wasn't even his brother.
His brother. Yeah.
Correct.
Just,
It's a false fucking memory of someone that isn't.
Memory of Pestilence who is looking like his brother.
Correct. Why? Why does it make any sense whatsoever? It doesn't. And then from his side to it, Pestilence's side, what was it? The memory of the time that he inhabited Isaac?
Yeah, see, that's the problem I have. Supposedly, which there's no way to verify any of it, you know, is that the ring is as old, it's like pretty much as old as time. It's like an ancient relic or whatever. But the problem I'm having is why for Norman is it, you know, the memory of Isaac? If it is so old or whatever, does it change when another person has it? I don't quite understand it.
Well, think about this for a second. Okay? The ring literally has an inscription on it that has Pandora and Isaac. Okay? It doesn't say Pandora and Pestilence. Okay? Think about that for a second. Unless I am woefully mistaken and Isaac was some 500-year fucking old human, or 2,000, 10,000-year old, that he went by Isaac since birth. Isaac in Pandora. That means that he'd be bound to Isaac to know the mythology of Pandora.
Yeah, what was it at the end? Like, only hope was left out of the box or something?
Correct. The ring references a human, not Pestilence. Okay? Do you see where this isn't full circle here at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So truly, how old is it?
Why? Exactly.
How is it some ancient relic of something?
And why does it mean anything? Why does it have any power or any? Why does it mean anything? If it even does. I've toyed around with the idea that it doesn't mean anything, and he just wants to get everybody so focused on the ring that that's all people think about, and that's what he wants. He wants people to be distracted so they don't actually figure out what's going on. 'Cause why would he tell me about the ring? What's the point? Telling me that he needs it and I need to get it. I stand by. There's no physical way for me to get the ring without him handing it to me. Or am I supposed to what? Swindle him out of his prized possession, the memories of his brother? Okay. It just doesn't make any sense. I think there's more to it than what's presented.
You know, there is one way to just figure it out. Just take it.
Yeah,
See how
just
pissed
snatch
off
it.
they actually get. Because that will tell you truly if they actually cared about it or not.
Maybe I'll try that next time I see Norman. Just lap it right out of his hand and pick it up off the ground.
Yeah, he
Turn
gets
that on
pissed off.
really well.
Yeah. You know, the math ain't mathin', you know?
Yeah, it definitely is not. There's a big gaping hole that it's not filled up, and it doesn't make any sense in all the logic.
But guess what? Your mortal mind can't comprehend it.
Yup. I love when I would tell him, "How do you expect me to get the ring from him? I can't give you that." Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Because you don't want it that bad.
If you truly wanted it, you'd give me the way to get it, you know?
Exactly. If you really wanted the ring, you really wanted the ring, you would tell me, you can't do it this way, you gotta do it this way, and I would have fucking tried it. But no, I can't give you that. Okay. All right. Just tell me there's no way to do it. Just flat out tell me. Please.
No, he'd rather just see you fuck around.
He'd rather watch me get caught on fire and be dead.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, I'll give it a shot if I can, but fuck all knows if I got any other option. If it truly means something, then fuck it. You know?
Yeah, maybe he'll get upset. Or he'll just say, "Whoa, you have the ring." Okay.
Alright, well guess what? I can at least cross one off the fucking list then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Plan didn't work. Next one.
Next plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I'm half tempted just to ask him for it. Can I have that ring, Mr. Bones?
Yeah.
Let's see what he replies with.
Yeah, that worked
Doesn't
out
hurt to ask,
really
right? I think that's what I
well.
heard. Yeah.
Really well. I think you might just have a better shot of just trying to grab it at that point.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd bring some fish eyes for Noxie, maybe get her to take it for me.
Yeah.
Noxie, here you go. Hey, here's this little fish. Come on, grab the ring for me. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of these, I don't know if that would work. Something tells me it wouldn't.
Yeah, you think you can, play Noxie out of it, be like, hey, Noxie, you want to go grab this for me? I'll give you like 2 fish eyes, and you know what? I'll give you 2 fish eyes for the next week.
Yeah, and once a day, every day.
Uh-huh. You want more?
Grab
Listen,
this really
I got
shiny thing, just this one thing for me.
Yeah.
I'll give you whatever you want.
Uh-huh. Making my own deals over here, right?
Yeah. Screw a deal with him. I'll make a deal with Noxie.
Yo, you like Settlers of Catan over here. I will trade you 10 fish eyes
Yeah.
for 1 ring.
There we go.
Maybe 2 sheeps for my 1 wheat too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, something tells me that wouldn't work.
You sure?
I might try it, Slap it out of his hand, see if he can't pick it up.
Yeah, what's your getaway plan then, huh?
Yeah, totally. I'm just gonna, I don't even know. Hide the ring, see if you can. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's play tag.
Throw it on one of the trees, hope it lands in the branches, and hope he doesn't see it.
Yeah, Let's go play tag with it.
Yeah.
Let's run around. Tag, you're it. You gotta give me the ring now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna work.
Out of up like TJ and IC. I forgot about that. Holy.
It was funny. He'd always tack on the end. It's a monumental task for a mere mortal. Oh, you think so?
Yeah,
Mr. Pestilence, you think so?
yeah, you can't even tell me how to do it. Nope. Mm-mm. And what does he think? Even if someone would get it, they just, here you go, hand it over to him. What are they gonna do with it, huh?
Guess so.
Let's make a deal. Come to the table.
And for the ring, you get no Norman. Probably.
And how do we guarantee that happens? You don't.
My
Oh.
mortal mind would not comprehend. I have to do it myself.
Can you make it happen now? No. When?
No, we gotta wait.
How many years?
It's a mere blink. A mere blink. Well, to you, that's forever.
Uh-huh. That's my entire life, though.
Exactly.
I know he kept encouraging me to go meet the graders. Because they are the lessers. The ones above him.
Above Norman.
Yeah. Above death and pestilence and war and famine. The
And who's
ones
that?
with the bigger plan. That can see them. That knows the grand plan. That they'd be able to give you the answers, and if I was so inquisitive, I should go ahead and speak with them. In order to do so, by the way, I had to pass.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah, that was his attempt at getting rid of me. Maybe if your mind's so inquisitive, go away. Be gone. Go seek your
There
answers.
you go. There you
Shoo.
go.
Get out. As he makes a shooing motion with his hand, you know?
Yeah.
There you go.
I could see him trying that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't think that one's gonna quite work.
Yeah. No, yeah, not quite. I don't quite understand where the birds fall into it. Are they above them? Next to them? Below them?
See, that was always my thought for a bit, is that they were above them.
Mm-hmm.
They always, okay. It was the inference that they were separate things, their own, by themselves, right? And so, I don't think it was them below, but if anything, I thought maybe it's the one above. If they're charged with it, the yin and the yang type of thing as to what's happening, but I don't know. Hope doesn't talk to me all that often, but here and there.
Yeah, it is really hard to understand where they fall. Like Noxie, for example, is close with Norman, but why? I don't know.
But is she? You know that.
See, I don't know. It seems that way because well, Noxie is the one that would, fly to me and tell me it's time to go to meet with Norman and this and that. Almost as if Noxie's working for Norman. But then again, I don't think Norman has any control over Noxie. At least it doesn't seem that way. And Hope doesn't seem attached to anything. Hope is just Hope, seems like.
And like I said, I had two of them. Looking to hope more than I have Noxie ever, so. I don't ask questions. You know, see how hard it was to try to answer all y'all's questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes there just aren't answers to it.
Yeah. It seems like the answers don't exist. Nobody knows them.
The only ones that are going to give you some sort of it, they're controlling the narrative. So how do you trust it?
Yeah. I figured that out kind of early. Whenever I was, gathering as much information as I could, it didn't seem to matter. It did, don't get me wrong. Definitely did matter, but the information could just change. They could just be saying something on a whim, and I would, think of it as not necessarily fact, but the only thing I have to go on, and then they'd say the exact opposite thing the next week. So it got to the point where I was like, well, does it even matter if I know all of this information if it's not provable and it's not, following what I think? They just do what they want, it seems like.
Yeah, when someone tries to check them, they get rid of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like having a gang war with civilians, you know? Huh. You ever know who the OG gang leader was?
Nah.
Yo, Jesus himself, man. So that motherfucker had disciples? Peter, Paul, all those motherfuckers, they get to the table for dinner? And guess what, man? I'm gonna tell you, they made the original deal. Coming back to life and all that shit. You know Paul ocean dumped the fuck out of some motherfuckers. You know,
Yeah,
all of them were packaged, bro. You stole my sheep, man? You stole my sheep. OG gang leader right there, I'm just saying.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. He kind of had it like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They sit at the table, turning water into wine and shit. OG gang.
Damn. I never
Wonder
thought
if they
about
have
that.
bandanas.
They might have. Yeah, they might have.
I don't know if you ever met Lil Cap. Did you?
He's part of ADMC, right?
Yeah.
Briefly, I think, one time.
He and I used to do a whole bit about that. I need him here to actually like feed into it.
Yeah.
Because it was probably the most hysterical thing I've ever been part of in a long time. I miss that dude.
Yeah, I was never too close with anybody in the ADMC.
He probably would have fit in quite well, actually.
I definitely respected how they did stuff, you know, because at one point we were with the BBMC and they were at war with the BBMC, and you know we had our home down in Vespucci, and they kind of went to us. We're like, listen, if we're coming down there, I mean, we understand what you're gonna have to do, but we're not gonna. This is not like our beef. We're not beefing with you. We understand if you shoot back down there. I mean, it is what it is. But when you're out, we're not gonna do anything. And I really kind of respected that, you know, how they treated that whole situation, knowing that we were down there and with the BBMC. I definitely respected them a lot, you know. They're a cool group.
Say it's completely different from the one that I knew it as, but hopefully some of the values are still being passed along.
Yeah, I don't know. You know? 'Cause in some respects, I definitely don't fault them for going after me. Because at the end of the day, I did go after Tally. Whether I ended up ever holding her up or ever doing anything, I did have the intention of hurting her.
Yeah, what the fuck do you think they're gonna do, man?
Oh,
Do
that's
you
why
think
I
they're
didn't
just gonna
blame
walk
him.
over and be like, yeah, go ahead, go take her.
No.
You want someone back? Guess what, motherfucker? Good, go. You're like, oh yeah. Hold up, you want Edgar back right now? Oh yeah, shit. Hey, yo, Tally, get your ass over here. Someone here to kill you. Hell no. Ain't no motherfucker
Yeah,
gonna
no,
be calling her
see,
on the phone, be like, hey, bring her
why-
up.
That's why when they grabbed me at Senior Buns, and I just kind of laid it out for him. I said, this is my deal. This is what I had to do. This is why I did it. If you kill me, maybe I'll fucking die. Hopefully. Tomorrow I'm dead anyways to Norman Bones. It doesn't matter. And that's what happened.
Yeah, they ain't gonna let that happen. You know that.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that from the beginning. That's why I wanted to get her first. But that motherfucker in all blue decided to fuck with my plan. That bastard. The man with no face decided to fuck my whole system up.
Mm-hmm. You know, one thing to say is prepare yourself. Edgar was pissed at y'all's questions. If you do
know.
talk to him.
I know he was.
He's like, what the fuck sort of questions are these? I'm like, I don't know. I just told him to write them. Told him to actually take a long time and think about what they're asking. He's like, these are bullshit questions.
Yeah, I can tell by the way you answered him.
Yeah, he wasn't happy
The
about
Lord
them.
of the Rings one, I got that one pretty quick.
I didn't fucking know what that was.
It was the inscription on the one ring.
Yeah,
Some of the rest of them, I was like, okay.
I was looked at it and was like, yeah, here you go. Here's what this is. I'm like, huh? I didn't know what the hell that meant. Guess he's hoping that if it ever fell into their hands that they wouldn't know what it meant, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I'm ready to talk to Edgar. It'll be an interesting conversation for sure if I get to talk to him.
Yeah, I don't know if you like that.
You don't know if I'll like it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either. I have no idea.
You know, if you ever see Norman and if he came up with this conversation, I guarantee you he'd do some bullshit with the two of you stop talking and walk away.
Yeah. Oh, he would. I know he will. I'm kind of expecting me to talk to Edgar for about 10 seconds and Norma to walk up and said, you talked to him long enough. It's time to go. That's kind of my expectations.
You know, you always have best ones say, oh, ask him about this. Ask him about it. I'm telling you. Okay, great. Thanks for the conversation starter, asshole. What do you want me to say? Maybe it's something that he wanted to talk about? Cool. If not, you know what? Thanks for suggesting it. Why don't you ask him yourself next time? Or, better yet, if you already knew the answer, why don't you just tell me it?
You know, they did talk to each other. Both of them talked to each other. Apparently it didn't end well, whatever that means, but...
Yeah, I've seen them together.
Really? I didn't know they'd talk to each other like face to face like that.
Oh, this is after asshole decided to try to get me sick and said your friends will suffer, and then he walked over to fucking Norman over there. So, what did they talk about? How long they talked? No idea. Didn't stay around and try to figure out. That's what I knew it was on with down with the sickness boy over here. Oh. True colors coming out, huh?
Yeah. I think at one point I asked him a little too many questions, and so he decided to blind me and give me the plague. Love that.
Blinding you.
Yeah. Everything was very, very blurry.
That's a new one.
Yeah. I think I was patient 0. The plague. Because I accused him of being one of the 4 horsemen. He just hit me with that. I had a nightmare, Fred. I said, yes. He said, well, you're going to hope this one ends. And he gave me the plague. Or he said, your nightmare is just beginning. Then I couldn't say anything and I had the plague and I started throwing up everywhere. So, yeah. You know, I've had the plague 3 times. All different versions.
So is you truly patient 0 then?
I don't know. Maybe.
Whatever happened to Wayne's rat ass?
I don't know. I think he got kicked to the curb by Pestilence and Norman and everybody, and he just kind of was there and isn't.
You know, he came up to me and started asking about having a conversation with me and how he thinks he's screwed because he got in a fight with him and how he's no longer around him or whatever. I'm like, for someone that got in a fight with him, you sure as hell don't look sick.
Yeah, see, I noticed that. He was so worried about it. But he wasn't sick.
I said, you want to keep talking to me? Go find a white feather.
You know, he called me about that. I was like, what the fuck are you calling me for, bro?
I didn't trust him enough.
Yeah.
There's no reason to. I've seen him with him enough. I don't give a shit. It's like I spying on him more than you can fucking imagine. Literally park his bike and then crawl into trees and just sit there.
I always found that interesting, people that do stuff like that.
Why would I trust him?
He was an interesting one. I never understood him. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what his goal was or his end goal or if he even had one. I just said with a lot of people that talk to pestilence, I don't quite understand their end goal. Like, you're talking to him for what? Like with Norman,
well,
I see an end goal. Though I just don't with him.
I can see why. I mean, outside of normal conversation, he's very easy to talk to. He has a picture in his mind that he will paint to you that in a way you can ideally try to understand his version of it and put some sense to it. For those that don't want to look further past it, a lot of it makes sense. And so there's a comfort in that. Someone that will sit there and have a long conversation with you and take a load off is something that people really do actually try to seek. I think people came to see me. He just offered a different perspective.
Yeah. I guess I see that. I probably would have got that more if I didn't ask such prying questions to him every time.
Yeah. That's our nature, isn't it? Be inquisitive, put answers to things, try to understand what is unknown. Not everyone wants to see it, but you and I probably, yeah. So, to Norman, people like you and I annoy him.
See, I felt like he kind of liked my questions. Or at least tolerated some questions that probably shouldn't have been tolerated.
Yeah, I can say once you start with that relationship, you're probably never going to actually have another conversation with him again. At least one that's fruitful or meaningful. I've tried. I actually have tried. Legitimately. To have a normal conversation with him. But I get it. I've done enough to threaten him in the past that his guard would be up on it. And it just devolves into just same bullshit. I legitimately have tried.
You think there's an end to this anytime soon? Like, actually?
Like to hope so, yeah. If there's something that can be done about it, I'm going to try. It's too much in my nature to not try. Who knows?
Think there's anything to be done down here?
I don't know. We don't know until you actually try, right?
Yeah, true.
That's what we'll continue to do. Wonder if there's going to become a point where I stop trying. I don't think that there is, but I definitely will start entering a point of doubt. And just can't let it grow, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I guess if there is a plus to anything here, there's nothing to lose.
Not true.
How so?
Always something to lose. That you just trapped here, right?
Yeah, true. Yes, there is, yeah.
And there you go. So different, right? It's a place where I guess the living and the dead come together. You know, they're not supposed to be.
Yeah. Interesting. You know, there's talk about the thinning of the veil, this and that. I just don't quite understand what it means.
Well, here's what I would say. If there truly was that, I would have been moved on, not here. And you would still be up there. But if isn't this the place where I'm supposed to go to if I haven't quite passed? So what does that make sense? Supposed to be you make peace with everything and move on, right? Wouldn't Norman being up there be the most destructive thing possible?
You'd think.
So who's truly the one that's saying it? Sure, I might contribute a bit to it. The one doing the most damage right now is up there. Imagine, you know how you have like one of those things of like, like a drill bit, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
versus I don't know. I don't even know how to make an analogy here, but something that like a chainsaw, right? Chainsaw is gonna do a lot more destruction to a tree fucking quicker than you can with a drill, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't even know where I was going with that analogy, but I was thinking of the what actually drills the fucking holes deep into the, you know, shit that you can pour concrete into for bases and shit. You know what I'm talking? Like,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, what the fuck am I gonna do? It's like taking out the minor thing that is doing like a chip of damage at whatever it is. Sure, it might still be doing a chip, but you got the other motherfucker. You know that one? That one's drilling holes, and guess what? If you don't plug that shit up real fucking quick, the one doing the little tiny shit, you ain't gotta worry about him, right? The big dude, yeah, that one's gonna fuck your shit up before you can even realize it.
Yeah, you know, he said bringing anybody back would expedite his departure. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if he'll bring Edgar back for that reason. Supposedly, it'll shorten his time if you bring somebody back because it's not natural.
You know, let me take these things off and I'll just go between real fucking quick. Keep jumping back and forth.
Playing hide and seek.
Yeah, these shackles weren't fucking around my legs, and that gets rid of them. Shit. I go for it. He did say, the more that I do that, the more I lose myself.
Hmm.
It was saying that there's only going to be a sliver of you left. Oh, really? After what? The man of inaction decides to do nothing? I do it myself? Someone that's big and scary, he doesn't do a lot. Just talks a lot.
They both seem to just talk a lot. Talk about what people need to do and talk about what needs to be done, yet they won't do anything themselves.
No, it's entertainment to them.
Yeah.
Entertaining. Huh. It's a human characteristic, isn't it?
Very. You know, part of me even wonders if Norman's fading at all, or if he just made that all up.
Could be. No idea. At least from Pestilence's side, I gave him credit. Getting people sick kind of sucks.
Oh, it sucks. It very much does.
Like you and other people, and then Norman just gets people to destroy themselves. They do it literally to themselves. Their false promise. Sure. Doesn't take anyone that claims themselves to be a fucking god to make those promises. Hey, guess what? You know, you want something? I got it. The greatest salesman you ever knew. At the end of it, you don't even get what the fuck you paid for.
No, actually, I told him that. He asked me if I thought he was evil, and I said, you know, some part of me really does admire that you're able to swindle so many people and get them right when they're most vulnerable.
like
right
wedding
reveal
crashers
that
at the
has-
funeral scene, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Just sign blank checks. Interesting, you know?
Yeah. If he said that gear was getting out, I don't know.
Give it 50-50.
50-50? Yeah, either it happens or it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's a true 50-50.
Yep. Part of me thinks it will let him out because, you know, Edgar will probably just do fucked up shit and kill people and hurt people around him and everything Norman stands for.
Hello? Didn't we just have this conversation about you earlier?
Okay.
No, I'm actually being serious. If he enjoyed it so much and you did what you're supposed to do, wouldn't he just want you still out there because you're actually acting on it? Where Edgar had the option to
That's what I'm saying.
and chose
and-
not to.
Oh. Yeah.
So what is truly being
I don't
accomplished?
get him. I don't get him. If you give me more time, I would have finished it. I had a whole plan to fake my death on the fucking Saturday where I'm supposed to die and then get it done the next week.
Yeah, okay. You think he's not going to know
Not-
that?
Well, no, not fake death to him, but fake death to the people.
No.
He
Alright.
would know. Everybody else wouldn't know.
He shouldn't care how long it actually takes.
That's what I'm saying.
He gave me one name, and it took me like a month and a half to do. All right.
He gave me 6 names in 7 days.
Yeah. All right. So consider that for a moment. Like, actually.
I just don't know what he's playing. Man. It's hard to see when you're the one getting played, you know?
I mean, the Lennon one was someone else's that they didn't do. To my knowledge, they asked to end up down here.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what he wants. I think I do, and then I don't. Because if what he truly wanted, he would have got Edgar out way sooner, and he would have left me out there too.
Mm-hmm.
But then is the question: what does he really even want? I just don't know. I don't know.
That's what confuses me. If you want death, someone was giving it to you. Don't give him a damn timeline, and it could probably happen at some point. Hey, you want your boy back? Guess what? Complete it sooner. By the way, I relish in the fact of the death of your friendships and relationships with people. That's what I stand for. Hey, guess what? You're already killing those things, so I like that too. Oh, because you
Yeah, see,
didn't
I thought
do
I
it.
would have loved the fact that I didn't tell the one dude who was helping with everybody else, and then I would have betrayed him at the end. He would have loved that shit. But guess not. I don't know. I went wrong somewhere.
I had no idea, man. Enough to know that these two dumb fucking idiots that can talk really well confuse their own shit around in their morals of what they want.
That's what I'm saying. I swear they're confused about what they want. I feel like they don't even know. And they're just playing everybody a fool and presenting what they want as fact in the moment, and then they change their mind a week later.
Hey, but guess what? You pointed out to them They don't like it.
Oh, they get
And guess
really
what?
mad about that.
You having a conversation with someone? Thanos snapped right into the fucking cage back here, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm confused now, right? Good lord.
Yo, wait. What if each one of them was an Infinity Stone?
Oh shit.
What if you collected all four? You made a gauntlet out of them.
Pestilence's cane, Norman's ring, a faceless mask. I don't know what the third one would be. A senior buns hamburger place.
True. Get this man an apron real quick.
Yeah, the food court's never fucking open.
Yeah, what happens if you take Pestilence's cane? You think he can still walk?
Oh, see, I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe he'd be like bound to the spot. You know, he likened the taking of Norman's ring to taking of his cane. Maybe that was a clue. Maybe his cane is what beats Norman down.
Yeah, you know what? Next time I see him, I'm just gonna kick it.
I'm sure that'll go great.
Yeah, why not? I'm just gonna kick the cane.
He'll just topple over. You know, actually, you know what did happen? Oh, God. This is how I knew a few people that got plagued. They were driving, and they head-on collision into him, and he flew out of his car, and then he just gave him the plague and drove away. He was not happy about them crashing into him and him flying out of his car.
Maybe the man should wear a seatbelt.
That's what I'm saying. I thought about gifting him a harness afterwards, but I don't know if he'd accept it very well.
Let me tuck Grandpa Pestilence in. Give him a nice snug
Yeah.
harness for his car, alright? Oh, God.
I mean, what else do they expect us to do at this point?
I can't laugh at the situation that we're in, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not often I actually get to talk to people down here.
Yeah, I was wandering around here a lot. I didn't see anybody. Talked to Winston as soon as I got down here, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Felt bad. I kind of got him killed too.
It was his own choice.
Yeah, I mean,
To be
you can't really
honest.
lie to either of them when they ask you a question that's directed and has a direct answer, because they know who you talk to. You got to tell them the truth.
You know, Winston never asked to make a deal, right?
Yeah, from what I understand, he died and woke up with a deal, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it kind of alarmed me how, you know, it almost sounded desperate that Norman needed somebody to make a deal with him. And it's why he kind of brought Benny into the lighthouse with Alice and Winston. Like he needed somebody to make a deal.
That's what gives him the power over people, right?
Yeah. I guess that's true, yeah. Getting bored, you need at least somebody to have a deal.
Less people to talk to him, the less control, the less power that they have. But in Winston's case, just woke up with one.
Yeah, that's gotta be insane. You know what I mean? You die, you wake up, and you have a deal now.
Mm-hmm. He assumed power, right?
What?
He assumed power. Just taken
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
There you go. Free. Got it. Okay. That's what also confuses me with you and him. That he gave up basically some of that power over you.
Yeah. I get that I didn't hit the time limit, but it's not like I was not willing to do any of it. I would have done all of it, 100%. And I told him that. It's just that, it's not my fault that somebody has 40 people around them and I cannot get to them in any means to do what I have to do. So I don't know. It makes me wonder why he sent me down here instead of just letting me finish out what I was gonna do anyways.
Well, you would consider that you'd add more stipulations to things that could make it more complicated to keep you going. Like dangling the carrot in front of
Exactly.
and hope how far you're willing to go before you finally get it.
Because he even gave me an extra name to protect halfway through, because he was so thrilled of the huge fire I started between him and Pestilence. Doesn't make sense, but I guess that's kind of the nature of it. You never really know what they're thinking at all.
Well, I mean, part of it is he's got a reputation to uphold, and unless someone else knew the stipulation of your 7 days, then I can see that being a reason, you know?
Knew I had 7 days, but would that not be entertaining? The 7th day comes around, everybody thinks you're dead. People are like, put their guards down, and then bam, get them. I feel bad because, not a reason, but most of the people who were on my list knew me, at least the people that were left. They're thinking, oh, he's dead, that's so sad, whatever, this and that. He made a bad deal, and then I don't see how that's not entertaining to him. But what do I know, really?
What I'm hearing is this man is not too far off of a random gang leader that wants to have a rep. Got it. Huh. Maybe he's just doing robberies at a whole nother level.
Maybe he is.
Damn. You think Pestilence has a gang too? You think their gangs are beefing now?
He does. Oh, they are.
I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, they've got like little disciples, and
Yo, I'm telling you, that's exactly what's happening all over again.
It is,
we
it
had the
is,
OG Jesus, man, and now you got the other ones, and they're beefing. That's it's an OG turf war. Yo,
It's like the person I protected. I protected Oshira, and Norman made me go after her sister, but he made it very, very clear that it should have been Oshira on the list. But that's like Pestilence's #1.
Yeah, they're going after sprays, man. It's personal. It's turf.
You know what's interesting? They were in, there was this house I went to that is owned by the Faceless, and in there,
I know nothing
they
about
were
that.
both in there, and they were just staring each other down. They were on different sides of the balcony, and they were just watching each other intently the entire time I was there. And then I came back many hours later, and they were still just watching each other. It was so strange. That's why I found the orb, that like purplish, swirly orb.
Yeah, that one's still a mystery to me. I don't know anything about this thing.
Exactly. I
Uh,
asked Norman. He was like, "You know what happens when you touch that?" I was like, "I don't know." And he was like, "I was like, what happens?" He was like, you should find out yourself." I was like, "What?" It's like, we got 4 more days, man. I don't have time. I don't have time to do anything with this orb. I'll do it after if I can.
not that I'm trying to steal Edgar's spotlight about this orb thing, but I'm gonna read this in Edgar writing, by the way.
Oh God.
Not in his voice because I can't do it.
Okay.
But it is stated facts. Winston hear Edgar. Edgar hear a faint Winston. Bjorn heard Edgar. Edgar didn't hear Bjorn. Edgar heard Demon Blood. Demon Blood didn't hear Edgar. Orb was on fire when hearing Demon Blood. Demon Blood smothered fire of orb. Edgar's orb became transparent after smoking a fire. Fire ceased after smothering. Couldn't hear after fire vanished. Orb vanished. Fire present when bond is strong. 3 orbs. Edgar, Winston, Gilder.
Huh.
Is he a fucking caveman?
Yes, yes, he is. Yes, yes, he is.
How hard is it to write a fucking complete sentence? Like, legitimately, how hard? Edgar, orb, speak. Demon blood. Motherfucker!
Yeah. Yeah, it's about right. It's about right. I think one of the questions we asked him, like one of the 5, I don't even remember the 5 questions. One of them, I don't remember what the question was, but all he sent back was "bah." I was like, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, well, apparently, Guarma or wherever it is still in the caveman era.
Something like that. The orb is, I just don't understand it at all. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm told to touch the one in the other place. Just see what happens.
Well, apparently Winston did it and he
It just
just...
exploded, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't understand. I regret not touching it. I should have anyways. But I mean, shit, I didn't know at the time.
Who knows? Might have the opportunity down here. Tell me how it goes.
Yeah, maybe I'll touch it. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen. Evidently didn't do anything for Edgar when he didn't touch it, so hey.
My friend, I think that might be it for me, alright?
Sounds good.
And go find a little rock to curl up on there.
Hell yeah. Well, shit, it was nice talking to you. I haven't talked to anybody here. It feels like forever.
Yeah, you know. Maybe one day you can learn some secrets about some of the place down here, you know?
Maybe one day.
You know, like that. Make it disappear.
It just freaks me out every time.
All right. And with that, All right, that was a little bit of like a goofy, funny like conversation as to how hysterics can be. Like, you know, chat, when you start doing things long enough and you expect different results to the point where you just have to start laughing at them. That's the point where we're at this point, all right? Like, it's getting to the laughable hysterics side to this, where what else can you do, you know? It's just a thing. So, you know, we'll sit here, we'll chill for it. If I can't laugh at it, then, you know, it is what it is. But for the people that are still interested in continuing the story and down here and, you know, want to make sure that their character still feels like a part of something. And one of you need to stab or fist fight Norma at this point. My man, why do you think I got a shank? Why do you think I have a shank on TJ? Literally have a shank. And you don't think I wouldn't have said, can I cough on it? And if I cough on it, does it get this motherfucker sick if I stab him with it? Like a 2-for-1er, you know, stab him and get him sick? That shit's gonna bleed out. And then be a painful bleed out. You know what? Just saying. I haven't thought about it already. Let me walk up. Stab, stab. Yeah, I'll be like a rogue in WoW, all right? Literally like a rogue in WoW. My man's gonna be invisible. He's gonna come up behind him. He's gonna cheap shot him and then backstab. And at the end of it, eviscerate. Just befriend him at this point? I have tried! Ay, ay, ay. Oh, there goes Fred. Bioweapons are illegal. Oh, man. All right, chat. I'll entertain any questions you have for like a few minutes. If there's nothing, I'll peace. But I'll be honest, there ain't really anything else new that I've got in terms of like knowledge or shit I can bestow on y'all. I do have some plans that are planned. I don't know if it's gonna get to them or not. I have no idea. I do have thoughts as to where things can go, and I've kind of vetted those thoughts appropriately, and do have a course of action with things should they occur. But I'm not going to give you all that much of an idea until it actually possibly happens, because I will be spoiling a cliffhanger. Is there a reason? Or I have no idea about the orb. Do you think TJ will tell Fred about the plan Alice is doing? To me, it sounds like he kind of already knew, but I wasn't about to go into it. So I have been keeping Alice visiting away from people that are down here. I have not mentioned it to anyone that she's been down here because I don't want to possibly I'm doing it for more her safety purposes than anything else. I did ask a few questions today of Fred that did have a lot of dual meanings to those. And I don't know. And I'm interested to see. There's a few traps today. There's a few traps that I put out. And I'm not going to say unless they happen. There's quite a few of them. There's been a few. They're not major ones. But there's enough out there that I wanted to see. But yeah, I've kept the Alice thing under wraps with it. I haven't told Winston. I didn't tell Edgar when he was here. I didn't tell Fred that Alice was down here. Alice could have been telling Fred that she's been going down back and forth. I have no idea. But it's not going to come from TJ, right? Why didn't TJ write family? I don't know. Something to capitulate on. Come on! If I can't be evil in TJ's side of things, I can at least still be evil streamer. There's a part of me that does that. Alright? Oh, actually, here, hold on. I'll show you something real quick, chat. Here. I'll show you something real quick. Everyone, TJ, yeah, much younger TJ, yeah. This is the Onyx phone, by the way. So, we called Malarkey the one day, and apparently it saves like when you have your last phone calls and shit. So Malarkey, 12 days ago, we talked to him, okay? And 2 days ago, he sends, you know, for a guy who's been suggesting that we chat for the past decade, you're hard to get a hold of. Okay. This tells me when they actually call, right? They actually, like, it saves that. It's kind of a nice feature. I'll give him that, okay? It literally says he's only tried to call me once. So then he texts me, like I said, 2 days ago. So it's been 10 days in between when he called, right? You know, for a guy that's been suggesting we chat for the past decade, your heart... Yet it's the first time you've tried texting. How many days have you thought about before hitting the send button, Thomas? Just fucking with him at this point. To be fair, you should have a missed call from myself only a few hours after you called me the other day. 10 days is quite the gap. Did something reignite your wish to catch up? Don't have a deadline to catch up on my offers to catch up. I think I left to seeing if you'd wake up again, to be honest. Well, I said it would have been bad mannered of me to not finish what I started. And what is that you intend to start? That's where we left that. Now, you know, there was a small announcement on their server thing about torture RP and stuff, so I was like, huh, okay. Well, let's see. They don't have bombs. They don't have a way to pour gasoline out of gas cans. Okay, so I can't blow someone up. Apparently shooting a car takes a shit ton of bullets to blow something up. I don't even know if I can get like a tanker, because their cars only like 20% of them can you actually drive in the server. So who the fuck knows if I can get like a tanker on the back of a car to actually physically try to blow something up. So I'm left with very limited options as to a possibility of how the fuck would I really go about a ton of shit other than just like be imaginative and yeah. So I don't even know how much, if I tried to continue something, would I actually be able to continue something over there. I legitimately don't know if I could. Like, it would be such a neutered version of that character. And I'm going to tell you, here's my plan with this. And I'm going to be fully transparent. If I would do anything on that server, it would be to give TJ an alternate ending. Okay? I want to make that inherently clear. It would not be to exist for a long period of time. It would be like, we'll do it for a purpose, but I don't even know how much I can do. Like, at full evil TJ, that would be such a neutered version of evil TJ over there. It would be like, I'm gonna stab you with the fucking paperclip, man. I hope, man, like, yo, shit, you bleeding? You bleeding, right? I'm gonna stab you again. I don't know what the... Yeah, you know, I'm gonna bring it back to like Eminem. Smack the teacher with an eraser or whatever, chase with a stapler. I'm gonna start chasing people around with a fucking stapler over here. I don't know what you can do. I mean, I haven't probably given it enough thought as to what I could do with it. And I wouldn't even be like, yo, hey, could you help me finish this character and then move on, like get assistance type of thing, and like do it as maybe like a week, 2 week, 3 week, whatever, you know, series of events. And then probably I would imagine how this would go is that maybe Bundy would finally kill TJ and that would be it. But would there be a build-up? I don't know. But it's hard to get to the level of that TJ if there's not like an inherent possibility of these things happening. Daily can tell you, so it's his main server? Yeah, no, I mean, that's... We kind of did it a little bit through text. Actually, he did tell me that he was playing more on NoPixel recently. Than Onyx. I was talking to him about a few things, not related as to what could or couldn't be done, but here, show you this again. So I mean, I was trying to figure this out in RP of things that I could do, right? So, you know, part of evil TJ, right? Glad you're alive, same. Petty drama's a pain. Fuck the ethics, shoot him in the head. I Brian Cray here for a little bit. I miss Cray. I miss Baz. I really do, man. Oh, dude, I wish that motherfucker wasn't so busy with doing wanted shit and other stuff. I really do miss hanging out with a lot of those guys. Like the variety nights that we did with like Cray, Mungo, Loser Fruit, Marcus, all those guys. I really enjoyed them. I do miss Baz being around. I cannot read his text in English accent. I cannot. So he goes, yeah, I would have to shoot so many people, and we already shoot God endless amounts. There's people we were meant to shoot, but it takes too long to get through our damn list. And I said, just blow them up. That would be much easier if I had access to explosives. Okay, so we understand explosives don't actually exist here. Okay, so can't do explosive route. That's why I said you got a tanker. I've put bricks on gas pedals and driven people into pumps. Got it. So don't have a tanker. Cool. So I can bring them to a tanker and then shoot them afterwards if I want to do that. Using the environment. Now figure out how to put all the FIB and their building in a car. Bring the car to them. You know, do what we did at Hayes. People have tried that, fill the whole lobby with cars. Well, that's how we shut down Hayes back in the day. Piled up a bunch of cars, blew them up. Well, that takes a lot of bullets. I can't pour gas out of the cans here, so they have specific nozzles we can't get. So what I'm hearing is that it's completely fucked. Literally, what I'm trying to say to you is that I don't even know what I could do over there. Like, hearing those things is not the most encouraging as a possibility as to what can be done. So I don't even know if, like, I could properly, not to say that I need all those types of mechanics type things, but it adds an aura and it adds a visual, it adds something else to it, right? I always talk about Z giving a lot of visuals and a lot of the story and having characters understand what is happening to them. Listen, I can go stab someone and they're going to get downed. But if I do it in a way that they explode, they're going to be downed as well. But it gives a visual to things that are happening. It's up to them what they ultimately choose to do or not. It's just telling a story. It's boring as shit to always do it with a gun or with a knife. If you can do it in a way that is memorable and dramatic in a fashion, then it means so much more. And with the lack of visual that I can do with it, it would just feel like any other just normal gangster type bullshit. Is there a no torture rule there? Well, they just made an announcement the day that I said that I was going to continue what I started about a no torture rule. So I don't even like. Okay, can I get like a torture light? Maybe like small version of it. Yo, what up, Blue Fairy? Thank you for 38 months. So it becomes like, once again, what do you do? None at all? Here, hold on. I'll read it to you. Presentation? 100%. We'd like a moment to gently clarify what forced RP actually means. It doesn't simply apply to situations where a player dislikes conflict or outcome that wasn't expected. Conflict and consequences are a natural part of roleplay, helping to create meaningful stories and a character's growth. Right, I'm trying to give it a visual to it. Okay? That's all I'm trying to do. It is the presentation. Villain to supervillain is legitimately presentation. It's how grand of a stage you can put it on. That is why Norman works. That's always why these have worked, because they have a stage to put it on. 100%. That's why TJ was considered at some point to be like that, because they did the bombs. They did things in a bigger stage. They gave it a grandiose to it. I can guarantee you. Okay, I'm not trying to be like this person with it, right? But you do need a level of conflict that builds and builds and builds and gives both sides to a story. And I don't know, like, I legitimately have no idea what is happening on the server outside of, like, what is going on between, like, TJ and Alice and everything else, right? Sure, I did the books and I spread the books. I'm giving it a grander stage. It's the presentation of how those things did. I understand they're probably counterintuitive. I don't give a shit. But it's creating a setting, creating a scenario. If you don't have someone that opposes it, what's the point? Right? It's just literally going over and then rolling over things and hoping that people give it to it. If you oppose it, you create the grandiose scale to things. That's why Sanguine was really good at it. You legit built it up in a way that there was... PD hated TJ. Prim's basically kind of sided with him. It created a dynamic and heightened it. It gave it a bigger stage. And you continued to showcase what people can do with it. There's a level of balance to those things, in a way. But the more that you can create it, the more that it becomes more real. The more that it becomes more real, the more people get invested into it. Because if it's one person telling a story, chances are someone's not going to listen as much as it's two people. If it's three people telling a story, you're more likely to understand it. And you're going to have different interpretations to it. If it's 4 or 5 and 6, it becomes a little bit more and more and more. And so as much as we continue to have those conversations, in a way, just because I was opposing, for example, the Four Horsemen, I was also trying to add to their story, right? As much as my character wants to, in theory, stop it from happening, I'm adding a separate dynamic to it happening. I don't know, technically, if my character being down here takes away from that. I have no idea if it adds to it, because I don't know what is actually happening up there. There's not really much more that I know from it. I couldn't tell you. I can't set a stage. I can't help but set a stage only for the people that are down here. And so for the people that are down here, that is why I will continue the same thing I did in prison. I don't give a shit. I will be on the server for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. Doesn't mean if I'm tabbed in, tabbed out, whatever it was. If someone wants to come have a conversation, I will at least try to be there for them. because it gives them a stage to continue their RP. That's it. It's why we awake more often in prison than anything else, probably before Sanguine and after. Because if someone woke up, I wanted them to at least have the ability to RP with somebody. That's it. And that's why I will sit here on TJ and do the same thing for everybody else. If Winston comes down here, I will have a conversation with Winston. If Edgar comes down here, I will have a conversation with Edgar. If Fred comes down here, I'll have a conversation with them. I don't care. It adds another element to their RP instead of them being felt like their character has just been left here. That's it. So anyway, continuing the sentiment of the rule thing. So not every interaction will go exactly as planned. It's part of what makes roleplay exciting and immersive. That said, conflict RP should always be allow for creative responses and fair engagement. Everyone should have the opportunity to contribute to the story, react in a way that feels true to their character, and feel a sense of agency in the narrative. Keeping roleplay collaborative and respectful ensures a great experience for everyone. Please take a time to review. Wait, is this the torture one? Oh yeah. No force RP. An individual may express desire to not engage in roleplay which involves sensitive or inflammatory subjects, such as roleplay with involves torture, abuse, or other sensitive subjects, and disagreement from that roleplay should be respected. This rule specifically prohibits any forced roleplay of torture, permanent character mutilation, or similar roleplay without the consent of the parties involved. I get it. But it's so unnatural for the flow of RP. I get it. Some people don't want to be involved with it. Some people are very sensitive to it. I understand that. Yes, it is having permission OFC, 100%. I don't want to basically have to DM someone in the middle of the scene and be like, hey, is this cool or not? And if it's not cool, just quit the scene, right? That's why usually when I get involved with a lot of storylines with different characters, it is to test to see how they respond to things, right? So in a way, not that I'm trying to force it on that, it is my way of also understanding what they're down for in RP. Just ask the Bundy ahead. It's more or less along the lines of, I would like that consent almost in a way to be given in an RP setting. Like both sides understand what the possibilities can get to without an OOC agreement. And I try to weave that more into the conversation than anything else. And I can understand, like, probably some of the stuff I've done in the past can be taken differently and probably not fly over there. And I don't want that to be the case, but it does put in the back of my mind the thought to even try it. Gives away the meta head? Absolutely. And that's what I think, that's what defeats the purpose of a scene. And that's usually, like I said, why I try to get involved with people that I know will give gravity to scenes and situations and appropriately RP them. There's a lot of people on the hotel list and a lot of people that I called afterwards anonymously with like voice changes to see if they'd actually entertain some sort of different RP. And a lot of them shut it down immediately. And it wasn't even like the forced RP or like the torture one that's being referenced there. It was just in general like ambiguous RP in a way that a bigger storyline can be established. Some of them don't want it, and that's perfectly fine. Some of them feel that I just want to do my day-to-day cop job. I just want to chase criminals and do that, and that's perfectly fine. You can do that. I was just trying to see if other people can actually have the option, or one of the options, to do a longer-term RP setting. And what they'll probably say is, no, I don't want to, because your character is basically controlling the win condition there. which is not the case in my side. I don't want to say that. And it's very easy for me to say that, but it's hard for me to prove that, right? I think I've tried enough times where I've let TJ take an L for the purpose of taking L's that it should be okay and encouraged and know that I'm down to accept those consequences if needed, right? So it's hard getting people to trust that. So that's what you'll like when this happened with TJ and was set down here. Like I said, I had no idea OSC this was happening. I had none. I had no clue how long. I still don't have any clue of how long it'll be down here. If I even get out. If it's truly the end of the character. I have no idea, chat. I legitimately have none. But I'm willing to roll with it. I literally am. Don't give a shit. If it's nothing happens and it ends, it ends. Alright? I will be here as long as people continue to wake up down here. I will be as long as there's a story around for it to help continue the story, to help set a stage to it. Once that stage is gone, great. Pack it up, exit stage left. Crew is done. We're cool. Alright? I'm here for the RP of it. I don't care if I want to lose it. Don't give a shit. I love having the consequence hanging above someone's head. It makes the RP feel that much more alive. It gives me a reason to wake up. If I'm not waking up for the people that tend to wake up over here, then what is the purpose? If these guys don't wake up, there's no purpose for me to do it. Right? I said, I'm here as much as they are. Ask them if the potential of TJ doing a villain arc, what they're comfortable with. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I could probably ask Aquans if that is a possibility, but I really feel like it wouldn't do a lot of finishing his story justice to considering the stuff that he has done. You know? Like, it could get pretty brutal. As I literally just said, I would imagine that probably ends with, like, Bundy's character either shooting TJ, stabbing him, whatever, and then, but does he even want to do that as his character? Does that even, I don't even want to get to that option if that's not something he wants to do, right? So is it even worth it? And then even getting to that conversation, is that awkward, right? You see what I'm going at? You have to get them to actually make the decision and commit to it if their character is willing to do it. Because if no one is actually willing to do it, then it just continues indefinitely. If it continues indefinitely, then what's the point? Considering how much Bundy has wanted to kill him before, he'd probably be down. He had all the time in the world. He literally told Barry that it'd be like the last breath, the last thing that TJ ever did. He threatened him, and continued to threaten him. I tried to piss him off so hard during the Sanguine, where I made this sentence to him. I said, even if you die and your son dies, I will bury you on opposite sides of the island, so even in death, the two of you cannot be together, so you drift away. I just wanted to incite to see if he would do something, and he did not, right? So that's what I'm saying. I don't know how far that as a character would continue, because the option had been there, and if that's not how the character is morally played, then I don't want to try to enforce that, right? Because the option's been there and it's existed in the past, and it had not. And so all I can do is give the option. If they don't want to take it, they don't want to take it. But then get to him on Sanguine. He had every option post Sanguine. Why do you think TJ actually said, Bundy, I want you to be my parole officer? Do you think it's to be buddy-buddy? how many options would I present? How much more? That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be like, hey, are you willing to like go against your character's morals? Because I think that's like the morality of his character. And kill TJ for me. Because if it's not the morality of his character, that doesn't make sense. And then you're like trying to force a story because you want it to go a certain way, right? So what I'm saying is that I don't want to try to force stories to go a certain way. And that's part of the reason also why I'm letting makes it sound like I'm in the one controlling this, because I'm not. It's part of the reason why I've been very respectful, because this is not really like this is not TJ's story here. He's a part of it. I don't want to shut it down until, not even until, God, that sounds so bad. It's not even the word I'm looking for. Like, I don't even want to make an attempt until someone's actually like, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and let's, kind of make this attempt here. Right? And it could still fail. I'm still very much trying to be respectful of the story that others want to tell. So, anyway, chat. Stories need a villain? I agree. 100% agree. There is it's a boring story if you don't have a villain. And it's also a boring story if the villain doesn't have anyone going against them. Because who cares, right? If you don't literally have someone going against you, what's the purpose? It's like me playing The Sims and dropping all my people into the pool and saying, ha, just killed y'all. After I removed the ladder, right? Come on. Y'all motherfuckers know you didn't do that when you were like playing Sims for the first time. Let me just go edit this real quick, right? Let me take out the ladder and my guys just die. Yeah, what do you mean you didn't? You serious? Every motherfucker I knew took out that ladder. Wait. Maybe that was my origin. All this stems back from taking out that ladder in Sims, man. Y'all telling me you didn't do it? Motherfucker. Okay, I set them on fire in a pit. See? Everyone loves to be the person that fucks up everybody else. Just saying. All right? Uh-huh. But don't think for a minute that I understand there is more people that love Norman than they do TJ right now. Believe me, and not that it needs to ever be a conversation or a competition. Believe me. Because when TJ was a villain, people loved the fuck out of TJ. Don't think for a minute I don't realize that. People love a good villain. 100%. It kills me not playing a villain right now. It absolutely is like, fuck. I kind of really want to play the villain here. But I can't. So I'll do the other side, but damn. Do it? I don't want to do it because this actual other side needs an opposition. Like I said, if I didn't do it, the story would be boring as shit. I'm literally doing it for a story purpose, man. That's it. CJ in general? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, there always needs to be protagonists and antagonists, 100%. Every movie's a watch, every hero wins? You haven't watched all the Saw movies, have you? Listen, I don't mind if TJ goes away. I don't. But let's do it in a fashion where the stage is set and it's at least a grand one in a way that people understand what happened. You know? I don't mind that. Let's go out with a bang if we're going to go out. Bullet to the back of the head randomly? Nah, I know. That was probably a mistake. God, if I could go back and change time, not because of like the actual RP. I mean, I thought some of the RP afterwards was really good. And I thought it was still a good time to do it, but just the OOC stuff that happened afterwards, I did not care for. Oh, it's really foggy now. I thought it was going to add a lot to the server in terms of, well, not a lot to the server, because, I mean, it's only as big as a story if someone gets it, but there's no, like, that's a big stage to begin with, right? The stage was already set. It's the city council. Like, that was a stage by itself. So, set the stage, give someone what they want. And I gave them what they want. TJ being here alone would make him a villain? Why would that make him a villain? He already became a villain for the most part the first time he was here. With the ticking clocks. Dude, why did it get so foggy? Holy shit. Him being here the first time literally is what caused him to be more of the villain. I've already RP'd that arc, you know? This is a separate arc to that. This is the one that, alright, it's time to try for something on the better side to it. Literally the first time he was here, the consequences of being here was to turn him into what he was. The villain of what he was. That's why always the clocks were referenced. That's why that was always the motif throughout the entirety of the story. The tick-tock. All of that. All of that got carried through. That was in reference to his time being here. The first time. So this time, it's the opposite. So, I don't know. Anyway. That's what I got for you, chat. We chilling. Don't have too much more for you. Literally just know that's my purpose with this, is just to give the opposite side and to help tell a story. That's all I want to do. Don't care what happens to him. I didn't go stomp out and raise a fuss because he was sent there. Don't give a shit. If that's part of the story, it's part of the story. If you fucked around and found out, Cool. That's perfectly fine. I'm good with that. If there's a consequence to it, no worries. I got it. I'm not out here being like, yo, let my character out. Ah, it's fine. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it's all good. I accept whatever comes from it. You know? Thank you, Cozy Stream. Yeah, we were chilling today. Props to Fred for popping on. And, you know, just having chats. That's all we can do at this point is just have conversation, so. I'm gonna take off. I'll catch y'all. Thank you. Thank you for chilling.